We have 3 suspects flying cars over their faces.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our 2026 Victorian Country Long Course Championships here in Geelong. Our aquatic centre is all ready to go for our heat session this morning. Keep in mind, we do have 3 days of incredible coverage for you guys of these Country Long Course Championships, with our swimmers competing in our heats this morning, trying to score a spot into tonight's final session. So we'll be looking to see our top 10 athletes, who they are from each event, and who'll be coming back to race off for the medals later on today. Coming up very shortly, we will be beginning this morning's events with event 2, the women's 200-metre breaststroke, and we'll have 3 heats of that one. Some other events you might be looking forward to this morning. I have heard from a few of our athletes there's some 100 butterflies coming up, some breaststroke events as well as our 200. We've got our 100s and some 50s for our older and more experienced athletes as well. So we're covering a whole range of events for you guys, and we are looking almost ready to get underway here.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the first session of the 2026 Victorian Country Long Course Championships. Your referees for this session are, for the male events, Len Haney, and for the female events, Jerry Voss. Starters are Julian Cofield for the male events and Tom Roscoe for the female events. Your technical director is Sally Whitehouse. The first event on the program is event 2, the women's 200-metre breaststroke. This event has 3 heats.
And with that, we get underway with our 200-metre breaststroke for our women. This is an open event, so all age groups who qualify under that qualifying time get to compete in this one, looking for a top 10 placing for tonight's final. We do have a circle seed, so our fastest swimmer will be in this beginning heat in lane 4, followed by the next heat in lane 4, and then heat 3 will have your third fastest athletes, giving each of these heats an opportunity to score a spot into that final. As we come down in this 200 breaststroke, the first 50 metres is going to be led through by lane 4, Claudia Croato, your fastest qualifier coming into this event. She turns there in around a 37, so some nice speed from her early on, the entry time of 2:41. Following her onto the wall will be her sister, Emily Croato. So it's the 2 girls from South Gippsland Bass out in front of Elena over in lane 2. Moving through this second 50 quite nicely. Those top 3 girls still your leaders at the halfway mark. Very close now in this particular heat for that 4th place spot. Top 3 have a pretty good chance of being in the top 10 overall, so setting themselves up well. Claudia goes through in a 1:19.79, ahead of Elena in a 1:20, and then Emily turning in a 1:21. 200-metre event. The longest breaststroke distance that we compete in. It's a tough race. One that's probably a nice feeling to get it over and done with early on this morning. A lot of these athletes will be coming back to race multiple events throughout the next 3 days of competition. As they come down to the 150-metre turn, your leader still remains the same. Claudia goes through ahead of Elena, followed by Emily. Moving her way into 4th there will be Arabella, followed by her teammate from Geelong, Taryn, over in lane 6. As the girls out in front come through with 15 metres left to swim. Claudia Croato still remains your leader. She looks pretty comfortable out in front. I think this first heat's going to go to her. Keep an eye on the time set there. 2:48.61. Elena 2:49.47. And then Emily touching in that 3rd place spot. Away we go now with our second of 3 heats in the 200-metre breaststroke for our women here at the 2026 Victorian Country Long Course Championships. Some quicker heat times from the first heat, around that 2:50 mark, looking to be the pace needed to score a spot into the final. As we take a look across the pool here, it will be Ella Matters, Miller Abley and Gemma Bond out in the lead, so those middle lanes taking us through in the first 50. with Miller being the first one onto the wall. She's also out in about a 37, so very similar pace down that first lap to our previous heat. Still pretty close between second all the way through to fourth as they turn around. The girls in that first 50, they're really going to want to be setting themselves up with a solid pace but not overdoing it. So you want to keep that stroke rate a little bit lower, have a bit more extension at the front of your breaststroke for the 200. You'll see a few different strategies into this event. Miller, she's such a great 100-meter breaststroker. She has that quicker stroke rate. She doesn't really hold on to the glide as much as a few of the other girls here. So we'll see if they can make up some ground throughout the second 100. But she's setting the pace nicely here. Turns in a 119.1. So we looked at that first heat, they're out in 119, 120 and 121. Second and third here turning 124, 125. So already a little bit off the pace throughout this second heat. Certainly plenty of opportunities to score a spot into the final. Come down the third 50 now. Very solid performance here by Miller. She's maintained, if not gained, a little bit extra room on the lead she had at the 100-meter turn. And she's going to make her way through into that fourth and final 50. Holding on to second will be Gemma Bond. She turns very similar time there to Eliza Cooling. So the girls between 6 and 2 battling it out for second. See if they can pick up the pace down this final 50. Come down now. Almost under the flag, signaling 5 meters left to swim for Miller. She'll take out the second heat in a 2:49.58. Second looks like it will be Eliza. Gets her hands on the wall just in front of Ella, who flew home down the final 50 to out-touch Gemma Bond. And into the water now for our third and final heat of the 200-meter breaststroke. Qualifying into this one, the fastest in lane 4, Zoe Schneider. She had an incredible short course country championships, and she backed it up in the long course pool. The pace looking like around that 2:54 mark is definitely going to be where 8th and 9th are currently sitting into tonight's final. So if you're under that pace, you've got a great chance of getting an opportunity to come back and try and improve on your swim from this morning. Zoe leads us through ahead of Memphis Johnson, and it's pretty close between Zoe Davis and Trinity O'Keefe. As the girls come into the 100-meter turn, it will be Zoe Schneider touching in a 1:18.86, one of the fastest splits we've seen at the 100. Behind her, Memphis 1:22.80, and Trinity holds on to that third place spot at the halfway mark. 1:26 is the time she'll go around in. Great to see the stands already getting pretty full of all our supporters, teammates and family and friends for our first event of the championship meet here as Zoe Schneider turns for a final 50 of the 200. Memphis still holds on to that second place spot. And it will be Lara Landals in lane 2, just slightly in front now of Trinity O'Keefe in that third and fourth spot out of heat 3. As Zoe comes down now under the flags, ready to finish off this one. Fast time set there. Touchpad hasn't quite gone off. Looked around that 2:48 mark. Memphis touches now in a 2:55.84 with Lara in a 3:00, finishing in third.
Take your marks.
And it's the boys' turn now as we move along in the program to event 3 this morning, the men's 200-metre breaststroke. Just the 2 heats of boys competing in this one this morning. A little bit more challenging to try and get yourself one of those top 10 places. Quite a stacked field as I look through the program this morning. Fastest qualifier in lane 4, Cameron Jordan, sitting at a 2:18. That's a swift 200-metre breaststroke, followed by Brandon Wilson, who will be swimming out of lane 4 in the next heat at a 2:22. That halfway mark, Cam already out with a nice little lead ahead of Dane Schneider and Ashley Nichols in lane 5. Can certainly expect to see a few of these guys coming back for a little bit more action later on. We do know a lot of heavy programs across the weekend for our competitors, because not only are they competing for themselves and to pick up a nice little Victorian country medal, those team point scores will certainly be coming into play and be on the line throughout the weekend to become the champion team of the country swimming clubs in Victoria. As we hit that 125-metre mark, Cam Jordan just in front now of Dane and Ash Nichols. Those three have pulled away pretty solidly from the rest of the boys in the field. With Cam holding on to that lead. Not a lot separating Dane and Ashley now. And a solid last lap there by Ash Nichols to take that one out in a 2:28.67 ahead of Cameron Jordan, with Dane finishing off in third. Away we go now with our second and the final heat of the boys 200 metre breaststroke. Just taking a look at the results from heat 1, 4th and 5th, both sitting at that 240 mark. So you really want to make sure that you're around that point if you want to be having an opportunity to come back later on. A few of these boys in this particular heat have the opportunity to do that, with about 6 of them sitting around the 240 or under mark. So 6 athletes looking for 5 spaces. We'll see if anyone can drop some time in the heats this morning as we go through at the 50 metre turn. Pretty close already between Blake Scott and Brandon Wilson. They'll lead us around basically stroke for stroke after lap 1. And it will be Austin Robbins sitting in that 3rd place spot in lane 6. Spoke a little bit earlier about that 200 metre breaststroke pacing and difference in technique, and I think Brandon's a pretty good example of what a 200 should look like here. You'll see him reach out into that nice long glide phase of the stroke at the front where he holds that streamline and underwater. Just a fraction longer than a few of the other boys, so he's making the most of being efficient. There's not a lot working at that point, so he gets a little bit of a rest, but he's still progressing forward, and that is really helping him to slightly extend that lead here through this 3rd 50. Once again, we're seeing the centre lanes take away from the rest of the field. It will be 4, 5 and 6 between Brandon and Blake and Austin. As we come down to that final lap, it will be Brandon that leads us through. It was a really nice 3rd 50 there from Aussie. He's moved his way into that 2nd place spot. We'll see who can hold on to those underwaters on the final lap. They do make a nice big difference. And who has the energy left to finish strong down this final 50. As we come into touch, and it will be Brandon Wilson who takes that one out. The time there, 2:30.81, a little bit slower than the first heat. Austin finishes in 2nd, 2:33.93, and it will be Blake in 3rd, 2:34 for him. The times there for 4th and 5th, a little bit slower than the previous heat, so those guys might just scrape in, and that was Cormac Flynn and Hugh Munro. Let's mix it up a little bit as we move on to event 4. It's the girls 13 and under 200 metre individual medley. This is 1 lap of each stroke, so butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle. And I did speak a little bit earlier before how a lot of these athletes will be backing up race after race, and I'm loving that we're already seeing that. Our fastest qualifier in this event is Emily Croatto in lane 4, who actually just raced about 4 heats ago in the 200 metre breaststroke. So quick turnaround for her, and she's off and racing nicely down the first 50, already leading us through in the butterfly. She was followed onto the wall by Layla Van Aswegen, and they move into the backstroke here. We'll see if any of these girls can start to make a little bit of a move, see where their strengths lie throughout this race. So as we come into turn, will be Layla, the faster of the backstrokers. Emily, we saw her in the 200 metre breaststroke. We know that she's quick throughout this 50 here, so she'll be trying to make up a little bit of ground. over in lane 7. Ruby Kenwright also having a great swim. Starting to catch up to Layla in the breaststroke as well, as Emily just begins to pull away here. And racing moments ago certainly hasn't slowed her down. As she turns for that final lap, Emily Croatto out in the lead. Ruby Kenwright now into second, pretty comfortably, followed by Layla onto the wall. And Ava Hager will turn in that 4th place spot. We've got 4 heats of the girls in the 200-metre individual medley. Good time to just switch off once you've got that solid lead. You're looking pretty comfortable at being in the final for Emily here. And she'll come down onto the wall. The time, 2:38.38 ahead of Ruby, who touches in a 2:44.68 with Ava getting her hand on the wall for third, 2:47.09.
Morning. Here we are at heat 2 of the girls 1300 200 IM. Looking very good there in lane 4 and 5. Sophie Lee and Georgie Kennett. Sophie Lee's only just turned 12, I think, from Kangaroo Flat.
Yeah, our youngsters, we're always ones that we look forward to watching race at countries. A lot of them having the opportunity to swim for some of the first times, particularly in these longer events, as they are 13 and under events. So we do have 50s for our 11 and unders, but the opportunity to be in the longer races starts a little bit older. As they turn into the backstroke will be Georgie, who leads us in front of Sophie. And then having a nice swim down in lane 1 is Grace Cofield. So we'll keep an eye on those outside lanes in these early heats. There's always a spot in the final.
Yeah, very good on the backstroke. While trying to get their breath before the breaststroke leg. Try and push on into this turn. Nice turn there from Georgie. Crossover turn. Very nice there from Sophie Lee.
Yeah, certainly if breaststroke isn't one of your stronger form strokes, it is going to show, particularly in these IMs, when you are feeling that little bit more fatigued. It is Georgie still out in front, but definitely a strength for Sophie as she's starting to make up a lot of ground here and close the gap set at the 100-metre mark after the backstroke. Over in lanes 1 and 2, Grace and Addison still having a nice little competition for that 3rd place spot.
They certainly are very good in lanes 1 and 2. Catching up there quite a bit. Lane 2, Addison Hendricks from the Ballarat Swimming Club. Here they go down that final freestyle. Looking very comfortable, isn't she?
Yeah, they haven't really brought in that massive 6-beat kick, which I'll expect is maybe being reserved for later on today.
Yeah, there's a couple of hours hours between the heats and the final session, so they won't want to really tax themselves too much if they think they're going to get into the final pretty well. 2:42, that's a nice PB in the heats. Is it a PB? Oh no, just a little bit off a PB, but she looked very comfortable down that last 50.
And off we go now with our third heat of the girls 13 and under 200 metre individual medley. Big start on the far side of the pool there from Zara Gilmore. She is absolutely racing down for her home pool countries. The swimmer from Geelong.
She looks very nice in that butterfly leg, doesn't she? Very smooth. Obviously very confident to be able to swim in her home pool as well.
Her teammate there almost turning identically with her, Li Wen Niu in lane 4. So they're out in the lead early on, doing well. From that butterfly also down in lane 2 was Claire.
Yeah, very nice. Looking with the yellow cap on. Claire Baker from Ballarat Gold. Very bouncy stroke and still holding on, keeping it in the lead, Zara Gilmore.
So it will be Li Wen who turns in first at the conclusion of the backstroke, followed by Zara. Not much between her now.
These girls probably know each other quite well and train together. We have an 11-year-old in lane 0 from Wangaratta, Mia McGuffey. Good for her to be tackling the 200 IM. Always best to keep your options open with 4 good strokes. Excellent turn. Turning for that final leg is a very important part of the event, that you transition into breaststroke to freestyle as quickly as you can. Always get away from people on that breaststroke to freestyle turn if you are turning first, because you're turning into a faster stroke, so it gives you a bigger lead.
And speaking of lead, it will be Li Wen Yu with a comfortable lead over the rest of the field from the third heat, finishing at a 2:41.6. It's going to be close onto the wall for second. It will go to Claire Baker. She swam a nice race there, 2:51.51 ahead of Taylor.
Very nice close race from these girls. We've lost it. Am I still on?
And into the water now, just the 3 swimmers from our 4th and final heat of the 13 and under girls. And all of these girls, just 11 years of age, having a crack at a 200 IM at Country Long Course Championships. What a way to start the year 2026. The beautiful hit out here at Geelong. Entry times there, 3:10, 3:11, 3:13, not too far apart. We'll see how many personal bests we can get.
Yeah, they'll be trying to get down to that close to 3 minutes barrier. It's always one to try and beat. Lovely butterfly entry from Zara Campbell from the Warrigal Swimming Club. I like that thumb first entry on fly. She's also looking very comfortable on backstroke, but these girls only 11, so they're just starting out on their swimming journey. And in this pool, you don't really have a lot to gauge where you are in the pool on backstroke. And so they're doing very well to keep in a straight line coming down this backstroke leg.
They certainly are. It's definitely a challenge, and we are also battling that sun popping out from behind the clouds every now and again. Adding that extra layer of difficulty. We don't like to make things easy for our 11-year-olds. As we come into turn for that breaststroke, will be our swimmer in lane 4, Ariana Edwards from Ballarat Gold, who leads us around ahead of Zara and Ruby in 3rd.
Yeah, nice backflip turn there from Ruby. She looks pretty strong in this breaststroke, so she's catching up, but streaking out in the lead, Ariana looks like she's got a great glide on it, and also Ruby too. So yeah, these girls really must be working on their technique, working training. They look very good on this breaststroke leg. There is a bit of a headwind, so they will feel it when they're trying to get the oxygen in. But 3 down, 1 to go, coming up for that final turn.
So Ariana turns in first, holding on to that lead throughout the breaststroke. Zara in 2nd, with Ruby still sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, talking about how bright it'll be for them swimming in the pool, that bright blue with the reflection of the sun. It's quite good to be able to get some mirrored goggles. I'm sure Funky Trunks will have some at the shop, because it's like when you don't have sunglasses on, the reflection from the bottom can be quite strong.
Coming into touch there. And the time for Ariana hasn't quite set off the touchpad, but it looked around a 3:07.
Nice.
Zara finishes in 2nd, 3:12 for her, and then Ruby makes her way now into that last stroke, and she'll finish off in 3rd from our 4th and final heat of girls 13 and under 200 metre individual medley.
Take your marks.
Into the water now with event 5, the boys 13-year-old 200 metre individual medley. We saw 4 heats of the girls, and we've got 5 heats now of our 13 and under boys, all having an impressive start to the competition, kicking us off with a 200 IM.
Yeah, that's a good sign for the guys. 5 heats in here. Boys stepping up for that 200 IM. Good to see.
I think it's been sort of noticeable for me personally across the last few country championships. The boys have been putting in some big efforts, I think heavier programs almost than some of the girls, and we've seen a lot of events that have outweighed our females in entries, so it's great to see we're really building through, because for a long time we had such high levels of high level girls in the country of Victoria, and now yeah, it's nice to see the boys stepping up and matching them, and if not, outnumbering them.
Yeah, I think footy always used to take a priority. When I was coaching out in Sale, the boys, you know, during winter training, footy was a priority. But I think maybe they're realising that you can do both, and swimming really helps that footy training too.
So the boys turning at the halfway point with Jack Hayes and Bryce Scott pretty close together there on the wall. Going out well early on was Oliver Anderson as well down in lane 1. We're starting to see a few more of these breaststrokers now step up here.
Yeah, Bryce Scott, he's getting his head down really well to get into that base position on his breaststroke. So before he kicks, you can see that he's already in that streamlined position. So he's really streaking forward on this breaststroke from this angle anyway.
It's going to be quite close between those top 3 as we swap to our turn camera there. And Jack Hocking's starting to move through the field well in that breaststroke as well. So that top 3 quite tight. Noah Tucker also had a pretty good breaststroke from him in lane 6. And it's going to be a race for home now. But looks pretty comfortable from Jack Hayes in this freestyle.
It does. Looks competitive though. I don't think Bryce is letting him get away, is he? He's thinking, I'm going to get up there and vie for a good lane in the final. But these boys, it is close. They're doing fabulously down this freestyle leg. Nice.
So on the touch, it will be Jack Hayes, 2:37.26, ahead of Bryce, 2:37.48. And then I think Noah Tucker got the touch for third between himself and Jack Hocking. So pretty close from those top 4 boys, really setting the standard for the next few heats to come. So away we go now with our second heat of the boys.
Yeah, looking very good. Out in lane 4, we have Billy Main. They've come from a long way, haven't they? The Mains, they're the other side of Victoria on the borders.
Yeah, Wodonga City Swimming Club made their way down to Geelong. We saw Billy have a pretty great December with our long course championships. Coming away with a few medals there and some great racing.
Yeah, his big brother Harrison swimming well as well. But yeah, he looks very confident to be able to go out this fast in the heats. Nice fast stroke rate on this backstroke. But everybody else looking comfortable, and it's anyone's for third at the moment.
It is always good to see a few of these boys putting together a really solid heat, and I like to see that from the boys now. At 13, they have the opportunity once again to go and race at national championships.
Yes.
We have changed the age limit on that, and when you get to an event like that, you can't afford to hold off in the heats. You have to be able to put on a good performance in the morning if you want any chance of coming back for a final. So I think this is a great opportunity, particularly in the first race of the meet, for Billy to get out there and put together a good solid swim this morning. He might switch off in the freestyle, that's yet to come, but still has a really solid lead here in front of William Staggard in lane 5. Now this battle for that third place spot though within this second heat is well and truly almost in line across the pool. There's about 5 athletes between lanes 1, 2, 3 and then over in lane 7 and 8 as well, who are all very close together as they make their way towards the wall and the turn for home. It will still be Billy Main out in the lead though.
Yeah, it's anyone's. The Sale boys are doing pretty well in this heat, but it is anyone's on that turn for this third position. You can't get better than pushing yourself either in a heat. You can't get better training than racing. So, you know, any solid effort you put in a race will really benefit you for the future. Really look very strong there, coming in on a 2:32.88, very nice. $2:39.40 there for Will.
And then there was just an absolute barrage of swimmers on that 2:47 mark, but Hai Kang gets the 3rd place spot there from Warrigal Swimming Club, and 4th, 5th and 6th all around that 2:47, so certainly going to be a close one and a tight event to make the final in.
Geelong.
Take your marks.
Geelong's got a big showing here in this heat. They're in lane 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So I'm sure they all train together. They're 12 and 13 years in age, so yeah, they'll all know how each other race and train, I should imagine. It'll be like the club championships in this heat.
The numbers in the way of Geelong onto the turn there. It will be lanes 4 and 5.
Yeah, Shengu, they're turning first, followed by Zhao Wang.
And then it was all the way over in lane 7 who turned in 3rd, Logan Brondell from Ballarat in the red cap. So in a sea of blue.
Yes, you've got like a matchstick in lane 7 there. In really distinctive caps, which are actually shining away. I can see in this UV.
Bit of separation now from our leaders and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, 0.01 separating those two boys. So Zhen Yu and Zhuan, nothing in it for them. Let's see who's the better breaststroker at the moment.
Still pretty close though between the two of them. No one's really taken off on this leg of the swim. Patrick Clark starting to push his way through into 3rd place spot ahead of William in lane 3.
Yeah, very classic stroke there in lane 4. The new, more modern breaststroke in lane 5. But he's pulled away a bit in lane 4. Breaststroke, it's a very individual style. No one breaststroker swims the same, do they?
No, there's certainly a lot of different ways to complete that breaststroke leg, but these boys, they've been stroke for a while now. This freestyle not doing anything to help separate the two of them, and they both want to touch onto the wall first. No one's giving up any bit of margin here as they come down with just about 5 meters left to swim. It looks like maybe lane 4 ahead of lane 5.
Wow, what a great finish. They were stroke for stroke that whole race, so well done, boys. And then 3rd.
Third will go to Patrick Clark. It was Shengu in 1st, followed by Zihao, and then Patrick touching in 3rd from heat 3.
Take your marks.
Sorry to people at home, the wind here is very strong if it's coming across on our microphones. Well, we've got to say here in lane 1, we've got Jasper Warner from Moe in the red cap. He really did start off well. First bit of the fly.
We'll be over on the other side of the pool though, that almost leads us through. Leo Palmer in lane 7. Not far behind him was Tom Benton in 4. And we're just starting to see Tom pick up the pace in the backstroke and start to give himself a little bit of space. Still sticking in there is Jasper.
Yeah, Tom from Wangaratta Amateur Swimming Club. They have a new 50-metre pool out there in Wangaratta, so he'll have been used to training in a nice new 50-metre pool environment. Good, finishes on a full stroke. Crossover turn. And they're really having to push against this wind up this third 50 on the breaststroke.
So action coming from all over the pool here. Jasper was out quick in the butterfly. He's also a great breaststroker. He's moved his way through into the lead once again, ahead of Tom Benton. And Leo Palmer holding on to that third place spot. Nice spread out field. We have shifted away from those circle seated heats that we see in the first 3 heats of all our events. After that, we go back to our normal seating, which is all of those same times are pretty much entered into the same heat. So the boys in this one sit around that 2:56. And our slowest entrant into heat 4 is at a 2:58. So really, we're hoping to see a nice close race. But a few of these boys look to be setting themselves up for a good drop in time.
Yeah, they'll be wind assisted down this freestyle. You can see the flags really blowing, but Jasper, he took it out on the fly and he's really come back well on that breaststroke and the freestyle here. So we could have an outside smoker coming in.
And he's certainly going to be one well under his entry time of 2:57. Touches in a 2:47.09 ahead of Tom, 2:49.59. And then Leo holds on for third, 2:54.13. And away we go now with our 5th and the final heat of the boys 13 and under 200-metre individual medley. We saw some great personal bests from our previous heat and some quick times set early on from those first 3 heats. Those top 10 boys almost secured into tonight's final. See if we can have any more of those outside smokers. Wouldn't it be great to get a finalist from our 5th heat? I don't think it will happen, but you never know. As we come down to the turn mark in the first 50, it will be Hayden Rawson who leads us through, ahead of Henry May, and then Neil Van Aswegen in 3rd.
Well, never say never. I've got to say Hayden's out there. He's decided to get a big lead and hold on to it if he can. From Traralgon. We also have Henry in lane 5. He is from Wodonga City. He's 10 years old, so he's the youngest in this field. That's great to be able to qualify at 10 for a 200 IM. He's obviously got a big heart for a little guy.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out if I could even make a 200 IM at 10 years old.
I don't know. I definitely would have been expired after the flying back because my breaststroke at 10 was like non-existent.
The boys here, they certainly can breaststroke.
They can. holding their glide. I'm very impressed actually with all of the swimmers this morning. Their breaststroke has been really good. They're holding on to that base position. Really swimming very smoothly.
And once again, I think we're certainly setting ourselves up for some more personal bests. So all the boys in this event, some 309s from lanes 4 and 5, and then Neil a 312. So we'll hopefully sneak them all under that final time there, get some personal bests to start off our weekend at Country Championships.
Yes, I hope so. It's always nice to get the first one out the way, especially in a 200 IM, and to get a PB, that would be fantastic for these lads. So hopefully these two lads turning now will really give it some, race each other. It looks like Hayden Rawson there is going to bring it home in style. He looks very comfortable.
Cruising, easy.
He is.
So Hayden takes
nice
out.
finish. Didn't held his breath. Flags to wall. Can't do any better than that.
And finishes in a 2:59.04.
Yay! That is a 10-second PB.
Henry there with a 3:11.18 and Neil 3:13.64. Well done to all of our 13 and under boys. Into the water now. We have event 6. It's our girls 16, 17 years, 100 metre butterfly. We have 2 heats this morning in this event.
We've got some well-known names here. None other than we have Ava Candy in lane 4, who had a fantastic age championships just before Christmas in that 100 fly. I think she went to 102. So yeah.
Yeah, she looks very relaxed this morning in this 100 fly. I think she's turned around that 31 high, 32 mark. So can't imagine her coming back in a 30-second split.
No.
But looking very, very relaxed. You can just see on the legs, not much going on. Just propelling herself forward, staying up nice and high in the water, looking very smooth.
You would hope the wind would pick up just as you're coming down this second 50 for fly, really. With your arms out, hopefully you could catch that wind and just get a bit of extra propulsion.
So Ava finishes off there, 107.04. Behind her, Ruby, 110.79. And it will be Claudia who touches in third, 112.42.
So heat 2 of 2. We find that as the swimmers get older, obviously with a lot of transition into going to university, etc. for some of these girls, some may be already doing that. They may have moved away and things like that, but we've got a great heat here with Zoe Schneider from Ballarat Gold with a 105.34 as her entry time. I'm sure she won't be aiming for that in the heats. These heats circular seeded, which means that in both heats, lane 4 will be the first fastest in heat 1, and in the second heat, lane 4 will be the second fastest swimmer, and then lane 5, second fastest in lane 5. So it goes first, second, third, fourth in the first and second heats.
So we'll come down. 10 metres left to swim for Zoe Schneider. She led us through at the halfway mark. She's maintained and gained a little bit on that lead through the second 50. It will be Maya who touches in second, followed by Isabel.
Pretty good getting under 110 in the mornings.
Take your marks.
Here's the boys. Now, again, there are 4 heats in the boys 17 to 1800 fly. Harrison Main, as we'd mentioned about his brother in that 200 IM 13 and under. So here's Harrison, lane 4, Wodonga City. Looks very comfortable there, finishing on a full stroke. We have Luke Gallagher. In lane 5. Looks like he is second at the moment, but these boys will be counting their strokes. They'll know what time they're going to be doing about. They probably do these training repeats. Looking nice and low though, Harrison there.
So he'll take this one out in a 59.06.
Then Ballarat.
Yeah, Thomas Costello finished there in a 1:02.
Yeah, he
Good
looked
swim
very
from him.
strong at the end. Oof, he came back on that second 50. Jan must have been giving him some fly work over Christmas for his Christmas present, probably.
What a great gift.
I know, isn't it? The gift that keeps giving.
The gift of back-end speed. We'll take that.
Yeah.
Take your marks.
And off they go now with our second heat of boys. And once again, the boys outweighing the girls here with 4 heats instead of just the 2 we saw previously.
Yeah, they're obviously, you know, not scared to get in there and give some in this 100 fly.
Quick start in lane 5 by Miller Stott. I would keep an eye on Brodie Cargill, though. He does love that second 50. If you want to talk about back-end speed, he brings it by the bucket load.
He certainly does. He's not shy of a few hard events, Brodie, is he? He'll do all the hard ones.
And he will do them all
Yes, he
across
will.
the weekend.
Yeah, he will. He will. But yeah, looking very smooth, all these lads. They must have been training well over Christmas.
We come down to the finish. Miller maintains that lead into the final stroke. Out touched though. Brodie 101.48. He'll get the finish. Miller 101.61. And we Ben in lane 3, who touches in third. From our second heat of the boys 16-17 years 100 metre butterfly.
Take your marks.
All right, heat 3. Got Zayden Burton. He is the fastest qualifier. Like I say, that thumb first entry. Looking very comfortable.
Good start over in lane 7 as well there. Jeff Connor, one of the Gisborne Thunder boys. Looks like he's going to lead us through at the halfway point, just ahead of Zayden.
Yeah, Maximilian Rocklesby in there. And we have a visitor, Edward Connor from Corowa. So obviously he's in New South Wales, just, I think. Is Corowa just in New South Wales?
Just,
yeah.
we do have a few visiting athletes from country clubs across Australia. Zayden really solid down this second 50. He'll take this one out. 100.85. Our visitor in second, Edward O'Connor, 101.46. And it will be Angus Adlam, who touches in third from lane 6. Nice second 50 from him as well.
Yeah. Well, I know that there's a coach that used to coach at Rosebud, Andy Landy, if she's watching. She's from Corowa. She is now, she lives there, and she was an excellent butterfly coach. So I wonder if she's been down there giving him some tips.
Take your marks.
And off we go now. Fourth and final heat of the 16-17-year-old boys. Once again, just the 3 athletes in the water. Ronan Kerr in lane 3, leading us through down the first 50.
Yeah, Wonderful Swimming Club having those distinctive green caps. He looks very smooth and low in the water. I like that technique he has. So yeah, the other 2 boys, we have Riley Williams from Warragul and Finnegan Jackson from Bendigo Hawks. They're very close together at the moment.
Yeah, they almost went stroke for stroke onto the wall identically, and they've nearly synced up down this second 50 as well. It will be Ronan holding on to that lead quite nicely with 15 metres left to swim. He still looks pretty comfortable. I don't think the other boys are going to catch him. Keep an eye on the time as he comes through onto the wall. It'll be a 106.14 for Ronan.
6-second personal best for him. It's well worth the trip.
All right, it's time for a little bit of speed. Here we move on to event 8. It's the women's 18 and over 50 metre butterfly. Now, I do love these 18 over events because everyone comes back for countries.
Yes.
That's why they're 50s. We're not making our 18 and over swim 2 laps. That's crazy. As we look into the pool, it is the middle of the lanes here. Talani Bibby out in front in 4. Not too far behind her is Isla Ho, who will touch in second. 29.30 for Talani, 29.75 for Isla. And then Olivia Bailey touches in third. So the youngest athletes in that field, they're 18 and 19-year-olds. They're getting the top 3 spots. We do have some
Courtney
more of
Ford.
our senior swimmers.
Wasn't she the president?
Experienced swimmers coming up.
Swimming Victoria president, right? On the board? Well, she looks in really good shape. I see her getting out. She's puffing a little bit, but not more than anyone else.
So heat 2 underway now. Kylie Crofts in lane 4. One of our coaches as well from Wodonga City.
Nice. All the coaches.
Looks to be in the lead ahead of Isabella Canty. A nice swim down in lane 1 as well there by Abby J. Warner.
Pretty good, 30 point.
I love watching the 18 and over girls swim the 50 butterfly, because when I go and swim my laps, I still see if I can make 50 butterfly. So it's good to see them doing so well.
Just count your strokes, Karlia. Count your strokes.
I count down to see if I'll survive.
Yeah.
As we move on to our third heat now, so this will be the last of our circle-seated heats. Those quicker swimmers swimming out of the centre, the top 10 athletes out of lanes 3, 4 and 5 across the first 3 heats in this event. Doing well early on here is Nicole Briscoe, going along with her Anna Mattel. Those girls almost stroke for stroke now. 10 metres left to swim. Looks like Nicole will get there. Anna just taking the extra stroke. Not quite as quick as our first heat. Nicole 29.86, Anna 30 point. Still pretty fast.
Still pretty fast, I gotta say. It's gonna be tough to make this final, isn't it?
It certainly is. And away we go. It's the 4th heat of our girls. All of these athletes sitting around that 30-second entry mark as well. So
here, got a few people have decided not to swim, but we've got an outside smoker there from Warrnambool. Is it Warrnambool? Yes, it is. Georgia Turner. Oof, I don't know who got that. I think it was Tallulah there, got that in lane 2 from Geelong Sharks Swimming Club, Tallulah Rush.
So she was just behind Alana down in lane 1.
Oh, really? Oh, look at that. Last heat of 3 here. We've got Chanel Simsich from Geelong Swimming Club, and then Shannon Lorimer from Traralgon. Well, Sharon's not, she's down the bottom here. We have Melissa Sandbrooks from the Shepperton Swimming Club. If Melissa can hold on here. And she does 35.43 and a 35.95.
And away we go with event 9 hitting the water now. It's the men's 18 and over 50 metre butterfly. 5 heats of the boys. A nice little match up with our 5 heats of the girls. Away well early on over in lane 6 was Cooper Sutherland.
And we do have a coach in here, Dylan Muir. He always is in there for South Gippsland Bass, getting the points if he can.
Will be though Darcy Connell steals the touch, 26.29 ahead of Cooper. And Mostyn.
Mostyn Lumsden. He's coach. Heat 2. This is a blanket, I would say. The middle lanes, though, just have it. Shane Asprey and Eamon McCarthy.
Yeah, they've got about half a body length on a few of the boys in this field. It'll be all about timing onto the finish. Shane gets there, 26.41 ahead of Eamon, 26.42, so just 1/100th onto that touchpad. Absolutely nothing separating first and second out of heat 2.
Here we go, heat 3. These are circular seeded, so Ash Nichols in lane 4. Got Sebastian Christie Cranes with him on the Warrnambool Swimming Club. They look stroke for stroke. Ash is just ahead, ahead. And he takes that in a 26.37. Here we go with heat 4. Could be anybody's here. They're all on 29 and 30 low, but looking very good in lane 3, Michael Polker. His brother was in the heat before, and he takes that.
Very solid there,
Nice
28.14 ahead of Lachlan Patterson. And it will be Hayden Gilbert who touches in 3rd from that 4th heat. And our 5th and final heat underway here. The 5 boys taking to the water for the 18 and over 50 metre butterfly. Over in lane 6. Dylan Denaro from Warrnambool had the early lead, starting to make a little bit of a shift now.
Yeah, you still tie up in the 50 fly, even at the very end, so, oof, so close. But Jack takes it. Jack McIntyre from the Wodonga Amateur Swimming Club.
And we're underway now with event 10, the women's 100 metre freestyle for our multi-class athletes. 2 timed finals in this event this morning. So a little bit of a change up from our previous events, which were our prelims or our heat swims looking for a spot in the final. These events are decided this morning.
Yes.
So our time final, we do have medalists from this event. If you are new to multi-class swimming, it does work a little bit differently. It will not necessarily be the first person to finish on the wall as our winner. It could be, and it can sometimes be, but we have multiple classifications within this particular event who are all competing against the world record for their particular classification. And then we have an incredible point system, which is devised by how close they can get to that world record, and highest point score wins.
That's right. So you can have multiple classifications in each heat, and like Carly has said, it doesn't matter who touches the wall first. Sometimes it depends on how close you are to those fastest in the world. A good time though by Ava Dennis, very nice with a 105.
I think it was just under her PB,
yeah,
105.11, entry time 105.52.
You'll be racking up the points.
That's what we want to see. Lots of personal bests from all of our competitors across the weekend. Put on a show. The weather certainly isn't.
No, it's quite mean out there for that first 50. As we just saw on the screen, gusts of up to 57 kilometres an hour. So you are having to, your arms are having to push against that in events like the fly, where you've got your arms coming over the top.
You want those gusts right at the beginning of your 50-metre race, because we get to swim with that current.
That's right.
underway now with our second of the time finals for the 100-metre freestyle multi-class women's event this morning. We saw some quick swims out of that first timed final.
Yeah, swimming is one of the best sports for inclusion and diversity. We have multi-class at all of our events in Swimming Victoria, included in our able-bodied programs. So you've got to say that, you know, we do love to watch everyone swim. You can see how well these girls are doing. That is fast up that first 50, and considering how the wind is, they're doing so well. And this is a fantastic atmosphere if it was your first time to be at a state championships. Look at everyone on pool deck encouraging all the swimmers. It's such a fantastic atmosphere at countries. I always love coming here.
Yeah, I think most athletes you speak to, if they've had the opportunity to race at a country championships, it's definitely one of the best events on the program in Swimming Victoria, in Swimming Australia. I might be biased, but I feel that way. It's an incredible event. The girls there in lanes 4 and 5, Brianna and Isabella, making their way onto the finish. Great swims from them as well. We watched Gemma Cook come in.
Yeah, Gemma, very experienced swimmer. She's at Opens and she was at age, you know, she's really, really experienced now. I remember when she first started, and everyone is when they first start, you know, very nervous and wondering how you're going to go, but she is a consummate professional now.
We also had some of our younger swimmers in this event too, with Imogen Vins over in lane 7, just 10 years of age.
Wow. Yeah, you've got to start young though in swimming, really, you know. Although Swimming Victoria have had some fantastic clinics happening last week, where the likes of Sam Williamson, our world champion 50 breaststroke swimmer from Australia and trains at Melbourne Vic Centre, he was explaining that he didn't actually make state championships until he was 15. So, you know, it
There's
can
no
take any
better
road
time to start than right now.
Yeah, that's right. Get off the armchair.
And come
and
down
if you
to,
guys
come down
that
to
are
Geelong.
older, yeah, that's right. Get into the Masters. Well done. Olivia comes in there.
Tester.
Here we go, heat 1, fastest heat of this 100-metre freestyle. Logan James in lane 5. I think Logan's been to the Deaf, was it the Deaf Olympics recently?
Yeah, so James Logan, he went over to Tokyo to compete in the Deaf Olympics. He went alongside his brother, Dylan Logan, he was also there. We had a great contingency from Victoria represented.
Yes.
They come around at that 50-metre turn. Quite the race between the centre of the pool here.
It certainly is between the three swimmers. Lockie Belly in there.
Good to see Riley Blitz back in action in lane 4 here.
Yeah, it's a race for the finish, but like you say, this is a one chance only. It's about what you do in these timed finals.
So it'll be Lockie who takes that one out on time. And all three of those athletes who touched in first, second and third, all different classifications. So we're just really not gonna know until those point scores are posted.
Yeah, that's right. I think that was a PB from Lockie, so he'll know he's got more points than he ever has before. And you interviewed him at Age Championships, didn't you, Kardinia?
Yeah, I always love having a chat with Lockie. He's such a great ambassador for the sport, really. He's always got such a big smile on his face, and he works so hard, and he's been improving so much. I've really seen such growth in him over the last 12 months. It's been great as an observer of the sport.
And he got a lovely wave there, Kardinia, from him. Very lovely.
Oh, we're getting close. Take your marks.
And away the boys go now with our second timed final of the men's 100 metre multi-class freestyle. We saw such a great race from the previous heat, those centre lanes getting the opportunity to battle it out against one another, and we're seeing that lineup once again. So just the 4 athletes swimming out of the second of these timed finals, and not a lot separating them either as they turn at the 50 metre mark. It looked to me like it was Samuel Turner who may have just got his feet around a bit quicker than Bradley in lane 3 and Ryan in lane 4. The 2 boys from Geelong side by side down the second lap.
Well, talking of you know, professional athletes, Bradley Doolan, what he doesn't know about swimming, you know what I mean? He knows lots of facts and figures, and he just loves his swimming, doesn't he?
He certainly does. As they come down onto the touch though, Samuel, great performance by him. The time there, 1:16.29. It's a nice 3-second drop. Ryan will finish in second with Brad not far behind him. And then coming into the wall from lane 2 there, Luke Wilson touches in a 1:31.28.
I mean, that's great times considering it's so cold, and people have been getting up saying, I can't feel anything, like it's so cold in there.
And youngster, just 11 years of age,
Yeah.
Blake Warren now touching the wall to finish off our multi-class men 100 metre freestyle.
Here we go for the final heat. Oh no, here we've gone straight into, it must be a time final tonight for the women's 400 freestyle. We must have had a few people drop out. So we've got the men's 400 freestyle here. The first 3 people will be Zayden Burton in lane 4, Hugo Pankhurst in lane 5, and Kaylin McGee in lane 6.
Yeah, so it's our men's 400 metre freestyle.
Just threw me there from the programme. We've leapt ahead an event, and that must be a straight final tonight.
Yes, so what has happened is we had 2 time finals this morning, or time final this morning, and then the top 10 athletes racing again this afternoon. We haven't had enough people who want to swim this race. It is a tough one. So all 10 of those athletes will go straight through into the finals tonight, which moves us now to our men's 400 metre freestyle. So the 3 swimmers in this one this morning, they're going to be trying to post times quicker than what the boys can swim tonight. Because we do have our next of the time finals. They'll be swimming later on this evening in the final session. We are so sorted here.
Yes. And Zayden Burton, he's extremely good at the 200 back. He does the 400 IM as well, so he'll be really going for a PB to try and get into that, you know, top 4 or 5 placing. But we do have a 4:12 from Cody said, so he'll be gunning for a win tonight.
Yeah, definitely. We've got quite the range of athletes throughout this event as well. And we do know that those top 10 place getters, even if they aren't swimming in the final tonight, will score points. So we want those extra points, because I am seeing Brenton Ford swimming out of lane 1 in tonight's final. I've seen him do a few open water races of late. So I was keeping an eye on that.
Well, he does run the Effortless Swimming web page. So let's hope it's effortless for him tonight in this 400. I don't think any 400 freestyle is effortless, is it really? But
I wouldn't have thought that effortless.
No.
You want it to feel that way, especially in the first 200 when you're setting up the race. I think the easier it can feel and the easier it looks for us to watch, it's probably going to be smooth swimming for those athletes and a lot more efficient. Zayden Burton out in front is doing a really great job of that, looking very relaxed. And then the 2 boys, a little bit younger on the outsides, Kaylin McGee, just 15 years of age, Hugo Pankhurst, 14. As we do keep in mind, this is an open event, so any age group that qualifies can compete in it. I do know Kaylin does a lot of those open water swims as well, so you kind of get both ends of the spectrum on this 400, with athletes coming up who may be more sprint based, so 100 metre, 200 metre swimmers. They might try and push up into a 400, and then you have some of these boys, like Cody said, who competes quite often in the 1500 or the 800, so this one's probably a sprint for him.
Yeah, well, you're looking at a turn in the 3:30. I think the boys 14 years 400 freestyle national age qualifying time is a 4:29. So yeah, 4:37 here for Hugo Pankhurst. He'll be trying to get as close as he can to that, so hopefully he can come back faster in than a 1:07 to get a PB in this 400 free.
Yeah, so they've been averaging around the 110 mark. Usually expect in the final 100 that ability to just lift, especially when you turn for the last lap. Hopefully their teammates will start to get behind them a bit. It'll be a little bit noisier here around the Geelong pool, but it will be all Zayden Burton as he comes down now with 15 metres left of this 400. Almost there.
Looking very comfortable.
Almost going to be under the 4:30, not quite. 4:31.54.
I'd love a sample.
And away we go now with event 14, the girls 11 and under 50 metre backstroke. I have to say, these 11 and under races would have to be some of my favourites across countries. You have so many newcomers onto the scene of competitive swimming, and you have such competitiveness. They're always doing personal bests. I can't get over the drops in time that these young superstars put on for us. As we come down under the flags, Georgie Kennett flew away on the start. This one belongs to her. It's going to be quick. The time there, 34.72, just outside the country event record of 34.52. So she'll have her sights set on that maybe for tonight's final. It will be Primrose who touches in second from lane 6. So fast pace set by Georgie Kennett in that 34. And it was Nelly and Primrose both on 38s. We'll be looking to be well under that 40-second barrier to come back and race again. Looking good here in lane 4, Talia McCubbin. One of our Chiralgan swimmers, ahead of Millie Kyle. In lane 5, and a good swim over in lane 7 by Willow. She's up in it for those placings. 36.19 for Talia. Millie holds on to second, 41.17 with Willow, 41.28 third.
Here we go for this heat 3. Bit of a blanket coming down here. Our fastest qualifier would be Ariana Edwards from the Ballarat Gold Swimming Club. She's gone under 40 seconds before with a 38.69, but it could be anyone's. We have 4 swimmers all together. We have Amy Bale, Jessica McMillan and Mia McGuffey. But the Ballarat Gold swimmer looks like she's going to take it out. Very nice from Ariana Edwards. Is quite a bit ahead, so let's see what the next heat brings. Heat 4 of 4. Seven swimmers in here. We're looking at the top from 6 and 7. We have Amelia Conway and Caitlin Callahan, Wangaratta Stingrays and Geelong Sharks. This looks like the swimmer from Wangaratta. just ahead, keeping her head nice and back. And she hold on, looks like she can, but oh, just coming up in lane 5, we have Amelia Thompson from the Ballarat Swimming Club. Just takes it there, 42.21. Nice personal best from all those girls, 2 seconds.
I'm watching Sophie. No, Cooper's like, oh, you can get chest, and then we're going. And I'm like, no. I'm not, I'm saying I'm not going. And then I'm going. Yeah, I'm going to go back to.
Take your mark.
So we've had our 11 and under girls. It's now time for the 11 and under boys. Event 15, 50-metre backstroke.
All the backstroke ledges ready there for a good start from these swimmers. But right out there in lane 4, Henry Arnott, really looking smooth. Good cadence or stroke rate, as we call it, over the top of the water.
And that is a new country event record.
Wow.
33.13, and it's not far outside his own country record. So Henry does hold the current country record, so that's the fastest time swum by a swimmer representing country Victoria. He set that last year in October.
Wow, but from 2012.
But Alexander Sabelis is the quickest person to ever swim at country championships. Not anymore.
No, he isn't. That's right. So his 14-year-old record, gone.
Oh, see. I didn't even know what that
Off we go now with our second heat of boys. Quick start over in lane 7. Benjamin Edgar, just 10 years of age. We also have a 9-year-old over in lane 9, Barry Song, just 9 years. Starting to push through now in the centre will be Riley Bartlett, and he's going to take that one out in a 36.98. Ahead of Riley O'Mara, so it's Riley and then Riley onto the finish.
Well done. They're all getting great starts here, right past the flags when they do that underwater. It's a good sign.
Yeah, definitely a big help having those backstroke ledges now at our country championships. So certainly makes the beginning of the race a lot easier. You don't have to fight those feet sliding down the wall.
Yeah, no worries for these young ones. Looking good there though in lane 3. Oliver. Yeah, great finish there. Henry May from Wodonga City. Got a bit of an outside smoker here. Lane 7's doing very well.
I don't know what's going on over in lane 7 today.
Yeah,
I've seen some
William
incredible
Knight.
performances from over on that side of the pool. I think that might be the place to be.
Maybe they've carved out a hole in the water. They can get through quicker.
They've just stuck out the touchpad a little bit closer for everyone.
Yeah, that's right.
As the boys come into touch there, it will be very close between lanes 3 and 4. I think we might see a bit of a change on that final timing there. But it will be lane 4 who touches in first. Rylan Lucas, 41.55. My apologies, it was lane 3. He did get the finish. He did get the finish. I thought it looked close.
Well, on backstroke, it can be, can it? The fingers cannot be touching, you know, it can be the hand or the forearm. They timed really well.
All of these 50-metre events, that's certainly what we're looking for. That timing onto the wall can be absolutely make or break.
Yeah, so kids at home practicing counting your strokes when you get the opportunity.
Absolutely. As the boys take to the water now for the 5th and final heat of our 11 and under 50-metre backstroke. Just the 3 swimmers in this event, and it will be lane 3. Nelson Cook, just 9 years of age from Warrnambool, who is absolutely powering down this 50. They'll be hoping for one of those 57-kilometre-an-hour gusts of wind to help them onto the wall.
That's right, and also Alistair Bajenik there, he's really upped his stroke rate. I love to see that when they start off fast as they mean to go on.
Mixing it up again now with event 16, the girls 14, 15-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. We have 5 heats this morning, all looking for a spot in our top 10 for finals later on today. A lot of these girls making a little bit of a return to the pool after the 200-metre breaststroke open event that opened our competition. As we kicked off at 9 a.m. Nice little gap between that one and the 100. As we come into turn, it will be Taz in lane 4, taking us through nicely in that first 50. Already quite a comfortable lead over Sophia Beaton in lane 3 from Ballarat Gold. And then tight for that third place spot between lanes 5 and 6. Isabella Lynch and Charlotte Wilson. As we come down onto the finish though, Taryn will take out the first heat quite comfortably in a 1:17.04. She's set a nice pace for the rest of the heats to follow. Sophia 1:21.77 and Isabella 1:24.66 in third. Some swift reactions from the girls in the second heat. Bit of a blanket though after that underwater. Maeve Timms over in lane 8 looks to be slightly ahead of Kayla Welsh in lane 6. As they come through that 25-metre mark. Fastest qualifier swimming out of lane 4 into this second heat. Bit of work to be done from the middle though as they come into that 50-metre turn. Looks like Kayla just ahead of Lucy Pascoe. Good underwater from Lucy. They've just taken over that lead. Arabella starting to push through the field a little bit here as your 3 middle lanes, 4, 5 and 6 start to break away from the rest of the field. It'll be Lucy Pascoe finishing in first there, 1:21.84 ahead of Arabella, who touches in second, and Kayla in third, 1:23.90 for her. As our third heat hits the water here, the girls looking around a 1:24 to score a spot and come back later on. I think 7th is a 1:24 high and 8th around a 1:25 currently. Second heat, quite a fast one. Middle lanes pushing through early. Miller Abley, she had a good first 100 in the 200. See what time she can do here. She was through in about a 1:18, I think it was, in the 200-metre breaststroke. So she'll be hoping to go maybe a little bit quicker than that. Taryn, our fastest qualifier so far, sitting at a 1:17.04. Phoebe Balcombe currently in second. Once again, lane 7 doing nicely, Isabel Croello. Good little race. Down on this side of the pool as well. In lanes 2 and 3, Sophia Graham. Taya Matheson, but it will be Miller, 117.51. Takes out heat 3. Heat 4 of our girls, 100-metre breaststroke for the 14 and 15-year-olds. It's a super tight final to make. I think I've seen about 4 athletes sitting around that 124 mark. I was just having a quick chat about, we believe at the moment, the standings, there's about 2 125s into the final. Wow. Maybe. It's going to be a quick one if you want to make it. There's still an opportunity for this next heat and the one after. If we can get some PBs, these girls have a good chance of making it. The fastest qualifier in this race, Alexis Telford, she's a 129, so it would take a drop, but I've seen crazier things happen.
Well, we've had some great PBs this morning in some of the events, so you just never know. And looking in lane 1 here, Keziah Wolf there from Benalla Swimming Club. She's led from the start. Let's hope she can hang on. Got a lovely glide in her stroke, nice wide kick and small arms at the front, so she looks really strong actually coming down this second 50. 131 was her previous time, so going 116 now. I think she could get under that. I think she could be in the 20s here.
It's going to be a great swim from Keziah Wolf, 125.68.
You called it, Karlia. What does she need to do there to get
about
in?
that? So I think she's going to be right on the precipice. It's going to be close. Do you know, I'm really kind of hoping that she's equal 10th, because I love a swim off, Sam, and wouldn't that be good to see on day 1?
I don't know whether they do, but we like to see it. I must say, you must have a crystal ball, Karlia, because you called that. Who'd have thought?
I had a feeling.
Yeah, you did, you did. Well done. Here we go, heat 5. Kira looks very good out there in lane 6. Well, they all do actually. Amelia in lane 3. Yeah, Amelia Wilson there from the Ballarat GTO. And we have coming outside Shruti Gopinath. It also looks like she's doing very well up this first 50.
So some nice underwaters there. Amelia held onto her lead very well.
Yeah, it can be a make or break, that underwater. Sometimes people miss it out, and really, I know you need the oxygen, but to be honest with you, you know, there's nothing like getting that underwater split stroke pull through to get you forward.
Yeah, I've seen a few more people in the medley choose not to do the split stroke based on that lack of oxygen.
Yes,
But definitely in a 100 breaststroke, I think it's so valuable.
totally.
Come down to finish. It will be Amelia. She led from start to finish, a 1:30.33 for her. A nice little personal best to finish our fifth heat of and final heat of the girls in the 14-15-year-old 100-metre breaststroke.
Swimmers moving to the wall, please. Take your marks.
Away we go. It's event 17, the boys 14-15 years, 100-metre breaststroke. Just the 3 heats of the boys in this age group. Great start in lane 3 by Sebastian Mansfield of Bendigo East. Really solid underwater from him. Starting to make his way up. Right alongside him, though, is Luca Caniglia from Echuca.
I like how he's sweeping down and back up from lane 3 there, Sebastian.
So they'll almost turn together. And then once again, those skills so important. Luca made up a lot of ground in the swim element. Seb pulled away again on the underwater. Staying in that mix though as well. Troy Oswald in lane 5.
Yeah, he looks strong down the second 50, but I think Luca's going to definitely take this out.
Just powering through.
He certainly is.
Onto the finish.
Nice.
The time 1:11.25. Troy in second, 1:14.24. And Sebastian in third, 1:15.64.
Oh, Luca's got a 109 PB.
Moving to the wall, please, swimmers. Take your marks.
So some good times out of that first heat. Setting up to be around that 117 into the finals so far. Keep an eye on it.
Thomas Pendergrass here with a 112.71. That's looking pretty good. Did you say that a 109 was about national final standard, Kalia? 15-year-old boys, or 14 last year?
14, so yeah, around that time to make nationals.
Yeah.
And then our 15-year-olds, they're swimming super fast.
Yeah, that's right.
Those breaststroke boys, they're sub 105s.
Yeah, well, they certainly are. There's a lot of them in Victoria as well. It's a very strong age group for the breaststroke, and it's nice to see that we are, you know, dominating in that event in Victoria.
As we come down, it will be lane 4, Thomas Pendergast, who gets onto the wall there first, 112.68. Oliver in second, 114.31.
Yeah, that's very consistent from Thomas from his 112 entry time, so I'm sure he knows that he can go faster tonight.
And then Joseph, 117, so still around that 117 mark to be in the final.
Nice.
Swimmers moving to the wall, please.
This is the third and final heat of our 100 breaststroke for boys.
Yeah, we've got quite a mix of 14 and 15 years in this one. Two fastest, 4 and 5. Jacob Ritchies and Oscar Borthwick, both from Geelong Swimming Club, ranked the fastest in this heat. They look very comfortable up this first 50, but nobody's told them they're the fastest out there. So from Traralgon, we've got Taj Reid, looking very good.
Yeah, there are about 4 athletes who went through onto the wall pretty similarly. Lanes 2 and 3, Lyndon and Taj, look to be just ahead of the boys in blue in the centre, but once again, those underwaters, those tables kind of turned, so we swapped over our leaders, and it's actually Oscar now out in front and continues to propel himself through the water and extend that lead on Jacob.
Yeah, he is pushing forward there, very good. 16:27. Actually looked a bit quicker than that, I thought, as a race goes, but you know, stylishly swum.
So those first 2 boys should make the final, but after that, I think it's really pretty close there.
Yeah, just like the girls, it's going to be anybody's. Might have another swim off, Kardinia.
So from 100 breaststrokes into 100 freestyles in the water now, we have event 18, the girls 12-year-old 100-metre free.
Yeah, very strong event statewide, the 100 freestyle, in fact nationally really. I think all the girls you see, Molly O'Callaghan, etc., you know, really inspire these young girls to emulate what they do. So yeah, the Australian crawl is a favourite in Australia and well ahead. That is such a good turn. So lane 4, Matilda De Fazio. Lovely smooth stroke she has.
Yeah, and this is something we touched on briefly before. It's that smooth stroke, even though it's a sprint, you don't want to waste energy. Everything you do needs purpose, and if you can channel the energy into your technique, this is the benefit, and you're seeing that in front of you now.
That's right, beautifully swum. Sometimes it looks easy, but it actually isn't. But yeah, 107.52. Lovely time that from Matilda in the heats. This will be another really close time to get into that final. I think if you're getting under that 110, you're pretty much guaranteed. You know, 110 or under, but you just never know.
Got the quick maths going on in the program right
Yeah.
now.
Fantastic skills there, that's what we call it in swimming, the start, the turn and the finish. So yeah, lovely skills. And in lane 4, we have Alexis Hansen from East Gippsland Water Dragons. Water Dragons have produced a number of fantastic swimmers from the past, including Ash Nichols, who is now at the Traralgon Swimming Club. But they have produced some really great juniors. So again, you can see making it look effortless. It won't be effortless for her, but Alexis Hansen looking very, very good. Lane 2 though, we have Zara Gilmore from the Geelong Swimming Club. She's really making a go of it this second 50.
Not quite going to
wow.
be enough. First there was Alexis, 107.58. Zara touching in a 107.82. And it was Matilda who touched in third from our second heat.
That was a 5-second PB from Zara Gilmore there. So if she can do that in the heat, wow. And she looks really, really happy about that. So she'll be back for the final. So in lane 4 here we've got Sophie Lee from Kangaroo Flat. She's just aged up to being 12. I've seen her swim as 11-year-old recently, and also Ray Ann Will. Is that how you say that? Yeah. She also has just aged up, hasn't she, from an 11-year-old to a 12-year-old. So they're still pretty young for the 12 years age group, some of these swimmers.
But still fast as they go through. It will be Sasha Reed and Sophie Lee who lead us around at the 50-metre turn. Really close between a few of the other girls across the rest of the field here. Those leaders, though, about a body length in front. Sophie Lee, a nice kick out behind her. Looking pretty comfortable. Here comes the far side of the pool.
Yeah.
Lane 7. Ruby Demetrios from Traralgon. She's starting to make a push down the second 50. This is Imogen Barr.
And from Warrego, yeah, we have Isabel Lee. As close as you can get to that 110 or under, that's very good for 12-year-old age group. It's going to be very competitive to get into that final. Got Imogen Barr there with a 110.93. Oh yeah, I think we've got this one.
Take your marks.
So that's the girls' 12-year-olds done, and we move on to event 19 now. It's the boys' 12-year-old 100-metre freestyle. 4 heats in this event this morning. Just had to check the clock and make sure we're still in morning time. It is still 11:23.
William Zhang looking fantastic here from the Geelong Swimming Club.
Yeah, he'll turn in first ahead of Samuel down in lane 2 and Lucas in lane 3. They're sitting in second, third. There wasn't a lot separating those boys on the turn. But William has just taken off.
He certainly has. Very rangy at the front, you know, getting a lot out of each stroke. Nice to see that he's not shortening his stroke. Looks very tall in the water. That's a good sign of a good swim. Wow.
Time there, 102.46. Whenever anyone's this far out in front, I do like to have a quick peek at the record, and he's got some tough shoes to fill. Country event record held by another one of our Geelong swimmers, Jacob Riches, and the country record by Ashley Nichols. So some of our better country athletes that we've seen across the years, and those times 58.63 and 59.98. That's the record these boys are chasing. It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Take your marks.
So Zayden Vine back in for Sale. That's Zayden Burton from Traralgon. Actually started off at Sale Swimming Club, so popular name Zayden from Sale.
Fast swimming name by the looks of it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, all the boys that are Zayden seem to have that swimming Dean.
So Zayden will lead us through at the 50-metre turn. Ahead of Darby Blackwell and Logan Gibson in third.
Usually at 12 years, girls and boys can be about the same times, but the boys are a bit faster this morning.
They've all had growth spurts over
Yeah, they
summer.
probably have. Yeah, all that rest from not being at school, you know, it does help, doesn't it?
So Zayden there with a 103.38 takes out the second heat of the boys for our 12-year-olds. So 102 out of heat 1, 103 out of heat 2. What can we see from the boys in heat 3?
Take your marks.
Yeah, just getting held a bit there, so if there's any movement on the blocks, we'll have to see if anyone has been disqualified for that. But looks pretty good so far. There are no false starts anymore. There used to be, and now it is a no false start rule, and anyone that just happens to tweak a little bit on the blocks do get disqualified for that.
Brutal.
Brutal it is, yeah, it is actually. I mean, to be honest, when you're really nervous like that and in this wind, you'd think they might give them a little bit of leeway because, you know, the wind would actually move you on the blocks, I think. Good back end speed here from lane 4.
Yeah, Haikan Carr from Warrigal come
Yeah.
home like a steam train. Trying to stick alongside him is Bailey Stone. They've kind of
Fantastic.
pulled away down the second 50.
Wow, 104. Nice high can. Beautiful leg kick from him too, very smooth.
We've got an equal third there between Ryder and Spencer, so both of those boys.
Hope there's no swim off for them. Carly, you'd be hoping the opposite, won't you?
All I want is my swim off. It's so exciting, and I think just in this country's atmosphere, it would just go off. It'd
Oh,
be crazy.
actually, it would be.
Take your marks.
Tell you what would be good, kite surfing down the pool and back, couldn't you? Yes. Here we go. Heat 4 of 4. Now, as we saw before, you just never know.
You never know.
And look at lane 1. Lane 1, Phoenix Aldersley, Geelong Swimming Club. Outside smoker. You're looking across thinking, I'm ahead.
Well, he's going to need about a 10-second personal best
Yeah.
to score a spot in the final. I would be happy with a 5-second PB.
Oh. Any PB.
0.5 of a second. 5 100ths, it's all good. He has taken it out beautifully, though. It is Phoenix still holding on to that lead. A little bit of a spread out field, a little bit of action from lane 5 as well. Toby. And then over in lane 8, starting to really lift his pace is Abel. He's
Yeah.
just overtaken Harvey alongside him.
He'll feel really good because he'll think he's ahead, and so will Phoenix think he's ahead. So let's see how it goes into the finish.
I think it will be lane 8. It's going to be
Yay.
Abel there, 111.75. Forget a 5-second PB. I think that was...
That was a 5. Yeah.
I called it again.
Carly, I'm sure you're psychic about it.
Well done, boys. And that concludes event 19, the boys 12-year-old 100-metre freestyle. And we turn our attention down to the far end of the pool again. Time for some more sprints, Sam.
It is 50 back again with that wind, you know, in your sails, as it were, because your arms are sort of facing that way. The wind will push them back, won't it? Help them get them over the top. So not too bad. on a windy day on 50 back. Is there wind assisted though? That's what I want to know. Like in running.
I don't think
could you
so.
could you do a sneaky world record and it would last forever?
And away they go. 18 and overs, our women back again for some backstroke.
That's what you need when you're 18 and over. When you're in your 40s, a bit of wind assistance. That's anything helps.
I'm sure Courtney loves having that pointed out.
He looks so good. They all do. That's a great stroke rate from lane 4.
Yeah, Emily Kearns out in lane 4. She's going to get the touch on the wall
Nice.
first, 31.83. Will be Courts touching in second, 33.17. And then it was Rosie down in lane 3, touching in third.
We are heat 2. Isla Ho fastest in this with the 32.44. I'm just saying the wind might help, but going from event to event, and your bathers are still quite wet with the wind like it is. It's very hard to keep warm.
Yeah, I think I'll save my comeback to next year when we're back in Mildura and it's 44 degrees.
Yeah, it was.
As we come down
last
to
year.
touch, it will be Nicole Briscoe in a 31.14, taking that one out ahead of Isla, 32.48. And then third, over on that far side of the pool, lane 8, Brooke Briscoe. So both the sisters touching in first and third. Some quick adjustments, I should say, to those backstroke ledges. Getting a little bit blown around in the wind. But we are ready to get started with our third heat.
Great backstroke starting position there from lane 5.
But a really good underwater from
absolutely.
Olivia Bailey in lane 4. You can see the speed of those dolphin kicks.
Yeah, she looks like commanding in this 50. To have that much of a lead over 50 metres. Also, her catch on the water at the top of her stroke, you can see she just holds that water really well.
So 31.85 will be Talani, who touches in second, 33.65, followed by Celeste Ellis in third, which is a 34.33.
Here we go, heat 4. Carly's been doing her maths. We're looking at a 34.20 to make this final.
My high school teachers would be so proud.
Yeah, that's like a calculator. Even that, like now, it's a computerized, so you'd be...
I'm all over it with my pen and paper.
Yeah, you certainly are. Oh, gee, the wind is really blowing now. But I think it could be lane 2. Was it Hannah?
Lane 3.
Yeah.
Yep. Right person, wrong lane.
Yeah.
Hannah Simmons in lane 3 takes that one out. And a 36.57. So a nice PB for her.
It is, but not final material, but coming away with that. Can't complain. Final heat here, heat 5. And then 5 we have Claudia Lanyon and Ballarat Gold. Just going to take this out.
Yeah, nice smooth swimming from Claudia.
It is very lovely. So 34 seconds. 2, 3, 4. Just missed 35.93.
But a big drop from a 38 entry time. It's a great effort. And hitting the water is event 21, the men's 18 and over 50 metre backstroke. We have 5 heats in this event this morning, looking for a spot in our final. Great start and underwater there in the centre by Akalanka Paris, swimming for the Warrnambool Swimming Club. His entry time very close to our country event record. He comes down to touch, and a 27.01. The record stands at a 26.19. So definitely a possibility of him getting that one later on today. Will be Thomas Smith, who touched in second there.
This looks pretty fast too, this second heat.
Yeah, those middle lanes there.
Is that Ash Nichols again?
It is.
Certainly
Sebastian
is.
Christy Crane and Ashley Delaney.
Oh, is he about down from St Andrews?
He sure is.
He's lost the beard and tash. Have you seen? He had this sort of like 1900s like beard and tash combo. Like,
Well, even getting rid of that, it hasn't given him first place spot there with Sebastian finishing in a 28.12. And then Ash Nichols 28.21.
well, Ash Delaney just getting under that 40 years of age limit, not 39 seconds, not getting under that 40. He's getting under that. He's just under that 40 barrier.
Makes me feel young.
Ash Delaney, little bit of the thing. Me and Ash both got fifth at the Olympics, so we're both like commiserate with each other. That's not bad, Ash. Very well done there. How's the weather for you down here? He's now on the He's on the Sunshine Coast at St Andrews.
Well, the sun has just peaked out for our
Look at
third
this.
heat. Great swim there in lane 4. Jack Lanyon 27.42.
He certainly did.
He's
smoked
touched ahead
that.
of Darcy Connell. So he'll be second fastest qualifier into the final so far. He looks pretty chuffed about that one
Nice
too.
smile he's got there. He's really happy. Oh, and Dylan Muir there. 28.93. Did he beat Ash? Delaney there?
Not quite.
Did he not? Did he not?
28.55.
Oh. Well, it might be windy, but we're laughing. It's been a great morning so far here in Geelong.
Do you know, I think the important thing is that everyone seems to be having a good time.
They certainly are.
It isn't the best conditions. We haven't seen the fastest swims ever in the heats, which we don't expect to either. But I think nearly every person I've seen climb out of the pool has had a smile on their face, good, bad, or otherwise.
And do you know what? This pool is a fantastic pool. It was the World Championship pool in 2007.
Well, they had to fix it for that.
Yeah. And I've had kids swim here. They've always found good times.
Something in the water.
Yeah.
So heat 4, and it is once again lane 7.
Nice Geelong Sharks.
Hayden 31.08 ahead of Mark 33.30.
There's a couple of moustaches in the pool there. They haven't shaved them off. Then
That's for tonight, Sam.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. You've got to shave down for the final.
Well, maybe they're leaving them on for the costume party tomorrow night.
Oh, is there a costume party?
There is.
Oh, hey.
That's why I'm here.
What are you going as?
Myself.
Oh, you're not going to tell.
No.
Oh. You're not going to tell. It's like, I'm not telling.
I'm not telling. Away we go now. 5th and final heat of our men's 18 and over 50 metre backstroke. The 3 swimmers in the water. We've got Kale Walker, Darcy Cox and Dylan Denaro, with Dylan out in the lead at the halfway mark.
Yeah, just stuck on that lane line. That would be me. You know, nothing to look at. They've done marvellous, to be honest with you. Like, there's nothing that you can fix your eye on unless you're going the other way and you've got Kardinia Park big lights. Nice finishes, lads. 35.89. Oh, 100 fly.
Just watching our incredible volunteers bring those backstroke ledges down, getting prepared for our later events, moving them away from the 50-metre start down to the 100-metre end. It's a great job that the helpers from Barwon South West have been doing. We're so appreciative. We can't run events like this without our volunteers. And when we speak about volunteers, obviously we do need to give a big shout out to our incredible team of officials. We couldn't have these competitions without you guys. So a big thank you to all of our technical officials, our starters, our referees for the entire weekend. You guys do such a great job.
They certainly do. We could not put anything on without them. And they are at all the events, aren't they, the officials? They've got a heavy program.
They do. They have 6 sessions of competition across this weekend. As we turn our attention to event 22, it's the women's 50-metre butterfly for multi-class. We've got 2 heats this morning in this event. As we come through into the touch, it will be Meg finishing in first, 32.76 ahead of Ava, who did that awesome swim earlier today. Mackenzie finishing off in third in a 40. Big smiles from the girls.
Oh, they've done, that's great. 50 flight. The multi-class program, they are event after event, aren't they? And multi-talented, they do multiple events, you know.
Yeah, I think that's what it secretly stands for, multi-class.
Yeah, doing everything.
Multiple talents.
Yeah, multiple talent. It really is.
A class above the rest.
I've done that many times.
And it looks like we are nearly ready to get our second heat of the women's 50-metre butterfly multi-class underway. We just dealt with some wild winds and some crazy blow-away tents and whatnot. And I think we're ready to go. The sun's probably about to come out and it'll be 28 again.
Yes, that's right. Well, it is Victoria. You cannot tell. Yes, there's the Cats.
The best football team.
Well, yes, so they say. I mean, I think the Hawks are actually, but if you insist.
You know what they say, everything you hear on commentary must be 100% accurate.
Yeah, well, that's true. I think, well, I must admit, when I first got here to Australia, Geelong did have a hold on the trophy.
Does.
Are they again? I can't remember what happened this year.
No, we lost in the grand final. But we won't talk about that, you know.
No.
No.
But, you know,
What
hey,
we will
second,
talk about
it's nearly.
is the second heat of the multi-class.
Yeah, well, here they come. These girls, the wind, they must be freezing.
Away they go. I think they'll be happy to dive into the pool. It's a lot warmer in there than it is out here. Great swims from the first heat. There are a few girls who dropped a little bit of time, a couple very close to their personal best, which is an awesome effort.
Which is
on
a
a
bit
day
more
like
points.
today. Exactly. We want as many points from those top 10 placings as we can get for our clubs that we have represented. And what a spread that we do have as well. I think I saw there's 39 clubs competing at these championships.
Fantastically attended, got to say. That's a wonderful 50 fly from these girls. Everybody looks really great technically, I've got to say. You know, high hip action, great finishes. And they've had to stand on pool deck there before the start of that race in this wind. Olivia, I think this is one of her first events, so she's doing such a great job. Wonderful to see people here experiencing their first state championships. Well done, Olivia.
Yeah, the troops have arrived. Good luck. Too far.
So we move along now to event 23. It's the men's 50-metre butterfly for multi-class. Once again, the two heats in this morning's session for the boys here. Just been talking about some of the incredible work that our technical officials do.
Yeah, they certainly do. And here most weekends, especially coming up, because we have country championships, then we have next weekend Metropolitan Championships at MSAC, and then we have Vic Open Championships after that. So they have given up their weekends. A lot of them are volunteers, and you know, they're here every weekend. And it's a hard job sometimes when you have to disqualify people. It can't be easy, you know. And yeah, somebody's got to be the official, haven't they?
They certainly do. Looks like we are ready to get underway here. So off they go. The first heat of two. 50 butterfly for our men's open multi-class. Smooth starts in the centre. Another great race here between Riley Blitz and Lockie Bellion. We saw him have a really good second half from Lockie earlier on today. Those two, pretty solid lead.
Yeah, he must have been really working on his endurance, because he's come back in every single race that he's swum, but Riley's really dominated that event just then.
Yeah, 30.48 for Riley, 31.58 for Lockie. Eli Kerr touching there in third. One of our S9 swimmers, just 14 years of age. Big future ahead of a lot of these boys.
Yeah, absolutely. training outdoors there at Warrnambool as well, so used to the conditions. A lot of
Probably used to the cold too, you would imagine, down in Warrnambool.
yeah, because it has been pretty windy there, I think.
I think we've had every season over the last week across the whole of Victoria.
Yeah. Got to say, you got to send heartfelt wishes out to people who have been caught in the bushfires in Victoria recently.
You took the words right out of my
Yeah.
mouth. It's been a terribly difficult time for a lot of families across the state, and it is so great that we are able to bring everyone together for this competition. As I said, 39 clubs represented. It's our second biggest country championships ever.
Wow.
At 775 athletes, which I think is phenomenal considering how we put big cuts on the times. We made these athletes step up to make the qualifying times for this, and they've really exceeded our expectations. And
Absolutely.
it's so good to see the state moving forward and getting faster.
Well, look, the country kids are some of the fastest kids in Australia. Like, we have Henry Allen at the moment in the 100 backstroke. You coach at Bendigo East.
Yes, I do.
And he just went to American Nationals and got second in the 50 back.
Yeah, well,
Like,
it's
took
been
a few
such
big
great,
scalps, didn't he?
great experience for Henry this last 12 months. I think it's been a little bit of a whirlwind. He is still juggling with studies at school, and he had World Junior Championships as well over in Romania earlier in the year. And then he's just starting to learn what it's like on that big scene. So coming after America, he pretty much got back to Australia and then flew straight up onto the Gold Coast for the competition up there.
Oh yeah, that short course, like me, that was on TV.
Yes.
And he did very well there as well,
And then
didn't
he backed up after that at Queensland as well. So yeah, it's been great. It's so good for our country athletes to get those opportunities as well.
Yeah.
And it just shows that you can do it from anywhere.
Yes.
You know, we work out of Bendigo East. It's not the best pool in the state. It is outdoors. It's a gorgeous centre, and I love working there. And it's about, it's not what you have.
Yeah, it's what you do with it.
It's what you do with it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, literally, you got a 50-metre pool. There's a lot of countries don't. Even in Europe, like in Britain, it used to have hardly any 50s. Got a 50-metre pool, and it's warm enough for you to train all year in, isn't it? So the council keep it really, they spend the money to keep it warm. You got to appreciate what country towns do for their population.
So we take a look at the results from our second heat, and James Logan there, 30.19, faster from him.
Nice.
Finn Ginley, 34.01. Everyone's sitting nice and low in those times, so hopefully we can see some drops from a few of them who will be in our final later on this evening.
And David Bale there, one of our older multi-class swimmers, consistently every year he has PB'd. So, at any age you can, do better. I think I'm kind of not at that stage anymore, but
I think the key in what you've said there, Sam, is if you continue training.
yeah, that's right. That's
If you do the work, you will be rewarded.
yeah, not just get in because your swimmers say, "Oh, you're going to swim this event." Like when I was at Sale, are you going to do Gippsland Championships?
Well, I did hear that also, alongside a costume party, there is a coach comeback race.
Is there?
Have you signed up for it?
No, I haven't.
So don't forget.
Did you say there was a costume party?
So I know what I'll be doing, and it won't be the coach comeback race.
Costume.
But I did hear that I believe it's on Saturday, so tomorrow. If you think that your coach should get in and have to swim because you've had to all weekend,
Yes.
you can sign them up for a coach's race. That's word on the grapevine.
Well, I'd do it for a new cossie. There's some lovely cossies out there, so I'd love to be able to. I don't know if I'd squeeze myself into a race suit, but
We turn our attention back to this end of the pool for our 100-metre events. It's event 24, the girls 16, 17 years, 100-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats this morning, and in the water heat 1 with Zoe Schneider out in the lead early on.
Looking very good up this first 50.
So she'll turn there out in front by about a body length and a half almost, ahead of Genevieve Dennis in lane 3. Bit of work to be done on the far side of the pool to catch up though. Zoe looking great here.
Yeah, she does. She's really holding her form. Great leg kick, getting a lot out of those legs.
Position still staying the same with Zoe in front, Genevieve in second. Close now between Ella and Sophie for third. Looks like it might just be Ella, but it will be Zoe who takes the win here. 116.80, Genevieve 120.63, and then Ella in third, 124.66. All the action in and out of the pool
Yes,
here
it is,
at our
yes.
2026 Victorian Country Long Course Championships. If you cannot make your way down to the Geelong Aquatic Centre, how great is it that we do have this live stream? A big thank you to our team at Big Voice Media. They do an incredible job putting together our live stream for you guys to enjoy. We are streaming through YouTube and, of course, KO freebies across summer for our long course season. We're so thankful for all of those partnerships and what we can provide for our swimmers and their families, because with all of these athletes from across the entire state, we've got swimmers competing from Wodonga, from Warrnambool, from Warragul. Every corner of the state is covered, and if you can't be here to see all the action, it's so great that you can see it online.
You can, and also people that are from abroad, you know, the nanas and granddads that might be from in another country, they can watch their grandchildren or from abroad. It's amazing, really.
A big shout out to all the nanas and the granddads out there.
Absolutely.
As we watch the girls in the second heat here come down to touch, very close onto the finish. Claudia just got the timing there, 117.66 ahead of Memphis, who looked like she was in front on that last stroke. And then it was Sarah who finished in third, I believe. There it is, 119.23.
Some nice times though, like 117, 119, getting under that 120.
Yeah, that heat pretty quick, a little bit faster than we saw from the previous one, which steps up what these girls out of the third and final heat need to do if they want a chance to be coming back and racing again. That time now around the 124 mark is going to be needed to qualify.
Yeah. Well, Ronnie Matheson there from South Gippsland Bass. She's been around quite a long time, been very successful in this event.
Isn't that a funny thing to say about someone that's just 17 years of age? It's still so young. Such big futures and opportunities. This is where it begins almost.
Absolutely. And obviously still at school, you know, it's young really. But yeah, Rani has been a state age champion.
And she will lead us through in the first 50. Gemma Bond not too far behind.
Yeah, the three girls behind. We've got Isabella and Claire as well, looking like they could just push on to this final 25 metres.
Yeah, Isabel Nash, she's closed that gap quite a bit, but Gemma just digging deep here. She's actually made up a little bit of ground on Rani too from the first 50, but I don't think it's going to be enough as we come down to touch. It will be Rani Matheson in first, 120.02, Gemma 121.45, and this whole heat once again stepping up to the challenge, and I believe it might be a 123 now into the final with that quick third heat. That's fast.
Here we are with the boys 16-1700 breast. So we had the 15 and 14-year-old boys earlier. They were getting under that 1:10 time. So when you think about it, they are a really strong age group. So let's see how these older lads do. Brody Cargill back in again. In 6. But in lane 4 we have Blake Scott from the Ballarat Swimming Club. He's got a commanding lead here, so I think Blake's going to take this out. And around about a 1:10. Oh no, 1:9.31, that's good. That's a PB for him from his time. It's pretty great for considering the weather conditions. I must say, 1:09.
Yeah, nice drop in time.
Yeah, in the heats. Ballarat look like they've got a few breaststrokers here. Got another 2. Luke Gallagher and Riley James. Sorry, Riley James and Thomas Costello. Luke Gallagher from Ballarat GCO, the same pool. Getting the best of the underwater work though. Luke Gallagher. He looks like he is working on his stroke length of this first 50. He looks in control. Giving it a red hot go in lane 3, Riley James. Decided to take it out too.
I like that strategy of holding off a little bit more in the first 50, particularly in a breaststroke event.
Yeah.
If you can have that nice length on your stroke and you've got somewhere to build from, it's a point of reference to increase that stroke rate as you go through the second 50 and kind of lift that way.
That's right, and he is now, and it's quite a powerful stroke, breaststroke, so you can't go all out that first 50. But yeah, he's
swim by
coming
Cormac
back.
Flynn here in lane 5.
It is. Nice finish there. 1:12.53, Cormac Flynn. Luke gets second, and third, Edward. In 1:15. Heat 3 of 3.
And off we go with our third and final heat of the boys 16-17 years 100 metre breaststroke. Am I seeing another fast start from lane 7?
Yes, and also Lockie Bellion is in this too. from the multi-class. Good breaststroker, always has been, and his sister was his older sister. Fantastic breaststroke swimmer. But yes, lane 7, he was up there. First good 25, but lane 4's taking it now. Reese Hornsby.
Yeah, Reese, one of the team leaders in Geelong. Did get around their huddle this morning, and Reese had some great things to say to help motivate his team.
Ah, it's lovely. Some people have great leadership skills, don't they?
Yeah, he spoke about this is their pool and it was time to own it. So I really liked that message.
Yeah. Can be very inspiring for the younger swimmers. You've got someone like that on your team.
And putting together a great performance too. So his
Yes.
time 1:12.35. He's going to be comfortably in the final there.
Practicing what he preached this morning then. Good lad.
Go! Go, Riley!
1:14.40 from William.
We've got the 100 free, 13-year-olds. We have Emily Corato in lane 3. Sister just swimming earlier on in the breaststroke. Lee Wen Yu, fastest qualifier, 1:03.50. Her brother's been swimming really well as well this morning. Sometimes it does take a family in swimming. Get them all into swimming. It's less hard to get up in the morning, should I say?
If you're not the only one.
Yes.
It's also a bit easier on the parents not having to go to 17 different sports if everyone's doing the same thing.
That's right.
Didn't work out that way in my thing. So as we go through at that 50-metre mark, it was Lee Wen out in front of Emily. Third place over on that far side. Once again, lane 7 doing well. Jade, she's right up there alongside Lauren Davenport. They're going to be fighting it out for that third place spot. We come down to touch the time. 1:03.89 for Lee Wen. Emily 1:05.20. And then Lauren touches in third, 1:07.41.
See, there's some PBs there, so they're doing so well this morning from,
Come on,
you know,
Lila!
a great pool, this pool in Geelong. Oh, lovely start there from Marley, Ballarat Gold, Marley Bird. Lane 6 is leading at the moment, Elise Cook.
I'm pretty sure you did. You came second in your heat.
All the way from Mildura.
Yeah, so Elsie from Mildura making
Elsie,
the big trip down to Geelong. I've seen a few Mildura caps around. As we come into turn, though, it will be Claire Baker. She'll lead us ahead of Marley Bird, and then it will be Elsie in third. So lanes 4, 5, and 6 take us through at the 50-metre turn.
Yeah, we've got a good race on here.
Yeah, Marley's just started to step up and do a few more 200 and 400 metre events. So she's doing well in this second 50. She had a bit of work to make up from Claire Baker off that start.
This is going to be close. Wow.
Not much between it, 2 100s. Claire gets it, 1:04.43, just holds on, 1:04.45. And then Elsie, 1:07.30. She'll touch in third.
Good underwaters there from lane 4. Leela van Aswagen. See if that pays up. Turn on this first 50.
Yeah, she's made up a little bit of ground on Ruby Kenwright, who had her at the 25. They're going to go through together. It will be Ruby who gets her feet on just ever so slightly ahead of Leela. And then third is really anyone's game, but looks to be like it could have been lane 1. And that is Hannah Ragg from Warrnambool as well.
Yeah, looking really comfortable in lane 5. Ruby Kenwright. Fantastic leg kick. She's had that leg kick going that whole second 50.
So onto the touch, it will be Ruby. About half a second behind the girls from heat 2, 104.91.
So I know this is the unseeded heats coming up, but to be honest with you, we've had a few quick swims in these unseeded heats, so you can make the final from out there. Oh, that's unfortunate. You say about the false start rule. Usually if you're going by mistake, sometimes they'll let you go again, but no, I'm afraid that's it. So here we go. I start from lane 7. Imogen.
Quick start over in lane 8 as well there. Yushin got away nicely in that first 25.
Yeah. In fact, she's storming down that outside lane.
It'll be very close between her and lane 3, Matisse. Matisse with the better underwater though, came off that wall, really pulled away. Brooklyn also making her way up alongside, so lanes 3 and 4 now out in front ever so slightly on Yujin. But that swim component is where she's really been excelling, so she's starting to push her way back up into the lead once again.
Yeah, she is, and they won't be able to see her, I don't think, that far away, so Yujin will feel really good, but not just missing out there. Matisse, Albertine getting that. Great swim in there by those girls though in that unseeded heat. Wait and see if the timing system comes up before the next heat starts. So final heat of this 100 freestyle for 13 years. We have Matilda Jones from Benalla Swimming Club. They've been doing very well at the 100 freestyle this morning, but lane 5, Ariana Hall from Geelong Swimming Club, looking pretty strong at the moment.
This morning's session has just flown.
It has actually.
We've seen some fast swimming.
We have.
And after this, I think we've got 3 events left.
Yeah, we've got the boys 1300 free, and then we've got the backstroke events. So yeah, they're really storming down this second 50, and now it's lane 6, Madison Andreatta from South Gippsland Bass.
Yeah, Madison and Ariana just stroke for stroke really in this last 10 metres. It looks like Ariana bringing in a little bit more on the legs. It's going to be close onto the wall.
Wow.
And it will be Madison that gets there, 0.13 between them, 109.66, 109.79, and once again, some 3-second PBs from Heat 5. Well done, girls. Great efforts.
Here we go with the boys, 13-year-old 100 metres freestyle. Fastest qualifier, well under the minute there with a 57.21. Jack Hayes from the Surf Coast Swimming Club.
Yeah, he's had some pretty comfortable swims so far this morning, Jack, so see how much he wants to give in this one. Turning in second will be Bryce Scott, and then following him through onto the wall there was Zihao Wang and Oliver down in lanes 2 and 3.
You notice Bryce is breathing to both sides just to see sort of where he's at and who's around. So he's obviously being quite tactical this morning. You don't often see 100-metre freestyle swimmers breathing bilaterally these days.
Good second 50 from Owen over in lane 6, moving his way into that third place spot onto the wall there.
Yes, he did. Bendigo East.
It was a great race.
Well done, young man. You must have a very good coach.
He must.
He must do.
On to Heat 2 now.
We're just talking about pacing these races, weren't we, Kardinia?
We were. It's very important to go out quickly in the first 50 in these 100s. You don't want to save too much because you're going to run out of pool. You really want to be up there. We made a bit of a joke about Kyle Chalmers.
Yes.
He does tend to turn behind, but it's not 3 seconds behind.
No. he does turn behind the best in the world, but the thing is that he's got the best back end.
Yes.
And you know, the best in the world, they usually turn at about 0.7 of a second slower than their 50 time.
Exactly.
So you really have to race it out there, you know.
Is to be within a second of your PB. That 1 second mark, whatever your PB is, 1 second. Fantastic goal time. Now look at these two out in front once again. Gosh, we've had some brilliant stroke for stroke finishes there.
We have.
Billy Main just getting the touch ahead of Noah Tucker.
Noah Tucker's taken a fair chunk of time off there.
100. So quicker than the first heat. Nice little fist bump from the boys.
Good times.
They must have some energy left, I think.
Yeah, I think so. You know, they usually slap themselves, don't they, before they get in, the big guys.
Yeah, over the wind I haven't heard too much of the...
No, you don't need to do that. You get slapped around by the wind before you get in. You don't have to do that. So that's probably like giving them a good wake up there on the blocks. Going out very nicely. Lane 4. William Staggard. He's from Cobden Amateur Swimming Club.
Yeah, he'll turn in first. It was Johnny in 3 who turned in second, followed by Daniel in lane 5.
He's swimming this very maturely, I've got to say. Where is Cobden? We know?
In the
Might look
country.
that up. Yeah, I'm going to look at where Cobden is.
I think it's over in the high country, isn't it?
Because this young man is swimming out of his skin. That's fabulous.
59.90.
Second, maybe, do you think?
It's definitely one of the fastest times we've seen.
Oh, he's enjoying that look from Cobden. He's fist pumped that water.
He's only
Good
a
on you,
second
mate.
over the record as well. So
Yeah.
I think that might be another one. These 13-year-old boys, certainly ones to keep your eye on in the finals later on today.
Yeah.
All right. Away we go now. It's event 28, the girls 14, 15 years, 100-metre backstroke. It's the second last event on our program for this morning's heat session. Do not forget, 3:30 this afternoon, we kick off for our finals, and that's where the fun really begins. The atmosphere for finals at these country championships is just incredible. If you can't be here, certainly tune in on KO or the YouTube, because you are not going to miss, I should say, a moment of the action. I think we could see some records go tonight, Sam. What do you reckon?
I definitely think so. After this morning, I can't believe some of the times we've had in the heats and the personal best times. You know, I know this pool's good, but hey, the kids have done a marvellous
the
job.
swimmers are better.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Speaking
really.
of doing a great job here, Azia Fong Sutton in lane 4. She's got about 2 body lengths of a lead ahead of Phoebe Balcombe.
Yeah, she's a class act. And look at this time.
And it looks really comfortable as well.
Certainly does. She looks really flat, nice head position.
Super solid, 108.72. Phoebe in second, Arabella in third, and then Astrid Buchanan finishes in 4th.
I was just going to say, and as luck might have it, the sun's come out for the backstrokers, not because you really don't want the sun in your eyes on backstroke. So what is it doing? Like, it could have come out and gone back.
Anytime.
Yeah, come on, Mr. Sun. But that's when you need the mirrored goggles on.
Your swimwear sunglasses.
Yeah, the mean, can't see your eyes. Your competition.
Oh, the full tint.
Yeah, that's right. Well, here's Hannah Buchanan. Sisters. Buchanan's from Ballarat.
Yeah, that's the thing about these combined ages. You do end up racing.
Yeah,
or
your
you
sister
can.
or your brother. That's right.
I think that's good or a bad thing.
Oh, in my
I'd
family.
love to race my family.
In my family, wouldn't be good.
It'd be pretty competitive, I think.
I think, no. And I was an only child, so it wouldn't have been good for me, I don't think. I would have Probably spat
How's the
dummy.
competition? All right, taking a look in the pool, and it will be Hannah Buchanan who leads us through at the 50-metre turn ahead of Alexandra in lane 5. Not a lot separating her with our swimmer in lane 3, Maggie Fisher. So the girls in the centre starting to break away early in the 100 out of heat 2.
Yeah, both Cecilia Fong Sutton and Hannah Buchanan here. It's like a bit of a masterclass in backstroke. They are really good technically.
Loving the support from the side.
Yes.
Screaming kick.
Yeah, that's right. They
That's
really
what you
are.
want to hear with 10 metres left in 100 backstroke.
You do, when your legs have gone. It's like, oh. Yeah, these girls, yeah, they will feel that, won't they, with that 5 to 10 metres to go. Your legs just run out of oxygen.
They would be burning.
Yeah. You feel like your arms are just stuttering. They're not, but that's what it feels like.
So Hannah takes that one out in a 1:10. A little bit slower than we saw from Azia in the first heat. But still comfortably into the tonight's final.
Azia looked really, really comfortable. So what is the record?
Event record is 106.17, so
Right.
Azia's PB just outside that one. And our country record set by another Bendigo East swimmer, Layla Day. So that one's a bit quicker. That's a 102.92.
Another class backstroke swimmer from Bendigo East at Bond University. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right, underway now with our third heat. So the last of our circle-seeded heats, fastest qualifier into this one. Sophie Ryan from Warrnambool, PB of 1:08, and that was the fastest time set out of heat 1. So if we can see a few of these girls go close to their PBs, definitely going to be pushing it for a place in the middle lanes almost in the final tonight.
That's right. It's nice to be in those middle lanes. You can see where your opponents are on backstroke. If you are ahead and you can see them next to you, you know you're ahead. So it's nice to have that feeling sort of up the first 50.
And as lovely as it is in the outside lanes, having a nice ability to smile at the officials.
Yeah, that's right. As they're looking over you and you think...
It's not the best spot to be for backstroke,
No.
I wouldn't imagine.
Did I go more than 15 on the start? Because you can't go over 15 metres underwater. And anyone who's really good at the underwater work, you know, are very close to that 15-metre mark, aren't they?
Close as you can go without going past.
Yes.
It's another good swim here by Sophie. She's nearly going to be the fastest into the final. Quick one there, 1:10.02, so a little quicker than we saw from Hannah in the previous heat. She'll be sitting in second. Will be Zoe who touches in second here, Zoe Benson.
Two Warrnambool girls there. Commanding that heat. Very nice. So now we go into the unseeded heats, and you can't write anyone off here. It's been so good.
Wolf is in the next heat, and she was the one who earlier on today just absolutely blew her time out of the water.
In the freestyle?
In the freestyle. So
wow.
Let's see. Can she do it again?
Well, I would think so.
Look, she's on.
Yeah,
she's
she's definitely, you know, you always think, like, once you've done your first event, if you're doing well, you think, oh yeah, I'm swimming well.
Let's keep this positive momentum going.
Well, she certainly has a great head position. Got to say, keeping that head right back, but we've got an outside smoker. In lane 8, Isla Ryan. From this angle, it looks like she is possibly going to turn with them, yes. And she does.
Well, they're out well. They turned around that 36 high mark.
Oh, Keziah's up there in lane 3, look. Look at her. Look at her go. She is really swimming well.
starting to pull away now. Evie Webb holding on in 5. Doing well, Isla Ryan over in 8 still. They're going to be nice personal bests though from these girls.
Yes. Looking good. I'd say it's very close for second and third. Evie Webb just taking that second place. Here we go in heat 5. 5 of 5, so this is the final heat. Looking fantastic in lane 2, stroking out there Pippa Brown in a home pool here, Geelong Swimming Club. Nice rotation of the shoulders. Firmly planting those feet on the wall and fantastic underwaters. I think lane 3 probably is in second place. Julia Justin from Ballarat Swimming Club. But up the top there, in lane 8, Isabella De Lima, also from Geelong. It does help knowing where you are in the lane and being used to this pool. Stroking into that finish. Good finish from Pippa Brown. Her entry time 1:21. Julia Justin though, she touches first. Three more heats. Boys 14, 15 back. Great start there from lane 4, Oliver Callio from Ballarat Gold. His feet come right out of the water and he is really going for it up this first 50.
Yeah, certainly not holding much back.
No.
This one this morning.
He's obviously feeling good, and I think if you keep your cadence up, your stroke rate, it helps you stay in a straight line. You know, if you set your pace, and so I think he's going for that option. He has gone from one side of the lane over to the other though, but he looks to be comfortably in that middle area.
Yeah, that's almost a training habit. You go up on the left, you come back on the left. It's a sign that he's comfortable in the race.
That's right.
Hopefully he might fix that status in the centre.
Yeah,
into the final tonight. But good solid swim, 103.97.
Yes, it is. But Henry Allen, 1:0041 and a 56.93 is the country record. My goodness,
a tough record.
Certainly is.
just been having a bit of a squiz at the results. The
Yes.
race that I thought we had to swim off for, they were equal ninth. So congratulations, they're both in. But
Well,
I
that's
missed,
good,
I
thank
missed my
goodness.
swim off.
Oh no,
I
Kardinia.
know.
We've got plenty of more time this weekend, you know.
It's all right.
There's bound to
I
be
think
one
I
or
think I
two.
found one though.
Have you? Oh, look at that. We'll have to stay on. Keep on watching, folks. This is swim off.
I think so. I think we might have
100
one for our
free.
girls 12-year-old 100-meter freestyle. I don't know if anyone would want to give up that one.
No, I don't think so. Talking of which, these three boys, we've got lane 4 Xavier Gray, lane 5 Mason Firth, and lane 3 Maverick Houston.
That's a great name.
Maverick, I
Love
like that. Houston, that's, you know, that could be in Top Gun, couldn't it? Maverick Houston. But look at them now. I think there's going to be a little bit of a tussle here between Mason Firth and Xavier Gray. Xavier Gray from Sale. Ballarat Gold, Mason Firth. I think maybe Mason, yeah, he just gets the touch in a 107.43. Xavier Gray 108. And in lane 7, Daniel Wilkie gets 3rd position from Geelong Swimming Club. So we're up
Some
for
more big smiles on the faces as well.
I know.
It's a bit of a high five. There's been some phenomenal swims, and the sportsmanship shown by these swimmers today
Yes.
is just so fantastic. I
Yeah.
love this comp. I don't know how many more times I'm going to say that across the weekend, but I wouldn't be wanting to keep count.
No. Well, I think that's very close. Both those boys are very close to the national qualifying time in that 100 backstroke. I think it's a 106.
I'll be certainly getting out my magical piece of paper later on today in
Yeah.
those finals, because I think we might have a few more qualifiers from a few of our finals at 3:30 this afternoon.
Yes. And here we go again. This is the 3rd heat. So all of these heats are seeded, circular seeded heats. So we've got the fastest swimmers in lane 4 and lane 5.
And this is it. This is the last race
This
of the
is
morning.
it. Well, apart from the swim off that we might have.
we might
Talia.
have. It looks like
I can see some girls there under the canopies getting ready. Ballarat Gold is that, and
I'm wondering. That looks like our multi-class girls.
all right.
Maybe my program's wrong, Sam.
Maybe we've got another event. We?
We'll soon find out.
Yeah.
Be a surprise to everyone. A surprise
this
race. Let's do
afternoon
more
we're
of
meant to
that.
have a para able bod relay. They're not doing that, are they? Well,
Wait and see. But what I have just seen is Jacob Richards
Yeah,
take
nice.
out the 3rd heat there. 106.21. Pretty swift. There's Rex touching in 2nd. 108.37.
oh, here. Event 32. women's 100 pounds.
Yeah, so just an adjustment to our programs we have sitting in front of us, as this one is our timed final. It's event 32, the women's 100-metre backstroke multi-class timed final this morning. 2 heats of this one.
Yeah, so here we go for the first timed final. So it's whoever gets the fastest or the most points in their classification. So the fastest actual time entry is Sarah Howe in lane 4. Sarah's S10. We have range from S19, S14 and S10 in this time final. And as we've said, it all depends on how close they get to that world record.
Not a lot separating the top 3 girls into the turn there. Sarah Howe just slightly ahead by the looks of Ava slightly ahead of Anna and Sarah.
Yes.
So Ava, she did a great 100 freestyle earlier.
She did,
Looking
Ava
good
Dennis.
here.
Yes, she looks really good. Great body position in the water there. You can see that, you know, you can see most of her costume on the top of the water. What you need. Nice high body position, high head position with your head back. Great swim from those girls. 120.68 for Ava Dennis, 122.72 for Sarah Howe. And I think it was Anna Lee third. So we will have another timed final, and then we have 2 timed final races for the men's 100 metres backstroke multi-class. And then we may have the odd swim off. Trying to sneak a look up to the top of the pool to see if we've got any 50s.
I've just been sent the text message confirmation of the girls' 12-year-old 100 metre freestyle swim off. So that one will be happening.
Well, it's all good practice, isn't it, at age 12?
I always love the swim-offs because most of the time they swim so much faster.
Yes, they do, don't they?
The time they do in the swim-off probably would put them in about 4th
Yeah, that's
in
true.
the final.
Yeah. Well done, those girls. Honestly, I'm cold sitting here, and then like waiting to start there with jumping in the pool, and then with, you know, arms out of the pool, wet with the wind blowing. My goodness me. You know, they say warm up before you race. Well,
they mean it.
Yeah,
but
they
not
mean
in
it,
the
but
sense
it's
of
gone,
getting in.
hasn't it? You warm up, it's all gone.
This event is always so great because today we're going to be telling our swimmers, stay warm, keep your shoes on, keep your feet warm, dry off quickly, rug up, and then on Sunday we're going to be saying, stay hydrated, put your sunscreen on.
That's right, exactly.
Stay out of the sun.
Yeah.
As we come into that turn, and it's the girls in lanes 4 and 5, Kayla and Isabella, not a lot separating them. Out in the lead though, Meg Canetti is just leagues out in front here.
She is. She's got a fantastic technique.
Oh, so she's entered with no time. I was going to say she's either doing a massive personal best.
Yeah.
Great to see her in the 100 backstroke. We've seen Meg, she's a great flyer. She's done a lot of butterfly. I think she holds the record for the 50 fly, the Victorian state record.
Oh, wow. Oh, we've got a battle here. Look at lane 4 and lane 5.
It's the 2 Chiralgan girls.
Yeah, trained together, raced together. They've got a second parting them in the
Oh, Kayla looks just in front. Who's going to get the touch? It was super close. Kayla gets there, 150.47 ahead of Isabella, 150.67.
That was like synchronised swimming at the end, wasn't it? Well done, girls.
And then we have Olivia Johnson
Yes.
from South Gippsland Bass.
This is another event. She's had multiple events this morning. I think this is one of her first competitions because she's had a no time entry in everything she swum. And to be competing in four events at your first state championship, that's some feat.
Yeah, South Gippsland Bass have built such a great multi-class program.
Yes, they have.
They've been super competitive, even on a national stage. Fortunate enough to interview Gemma Cook after her medal-winning performance at Nationals last year up in Brisbane.
Yes. Yeah, she's come such a long way. You know, her confidence now has built so much over even just the past year, I think. You can just see it, her confidence when she gets on the blocks these days. So it's amazing what sport does for you, doesn't it, to help your self-esteem. Anyone.
A great effort here from Olivia. You can hear those teammates in the stands getting around her, supporting her.
And the swimmers in the water that have finished, they're cheering her on.
Yeah, that's so lovely, isn't it? The girls.
Come on, Olivia. That's it. There's the flags. And the officials were all cheering her on. Go on, you're nearly there.
That's the hardest part, when you're
the last
almost
bit.
there.
You're like, yeah.
Where's the wall?
There we go. Well done.
Well done. Great job. What an effort.
Yeah, she's had quite the morning.
And we'll head along into event 33 now. This is the men's 100-metre backstroke for multi-class. And once again, we have our 2 timed finals for this event. Medals from this one this morning. Well, this afternoon, we have just ticked over into afternoon.
Yes. And like I say, we've got David Bale here. He's, I hope he doesn't mind, I'm in the same category of age, 52. In fact, he's younger than me. And I'd just like to say that he has gotten better and better every year I've seen him at country. So
I love
done.
the contrast in this heat as well that we're about to see, because you've got David Bale in lane 7 and next to him in lane 6 is Levi Jarrett, who's only 13.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and then we'll see Blake Warren coming up in the next of the time finals, just 11.
Yes.
And he'll be next to Aaron Skinner, who's 34.
That's right. It's like, you know what? It's a great leveler, isn't it? Swimming.
It certainly is. So great to see the longevity of the sport as well.
It is, and you know what? That's the great thing about swimming. You know, you can't be pounding the streets and running, can you, as you get older? Like,
No,
you
of
need
course
joints
not.
and things like that. But everyone can keep swimming. I mean, we see the masters there that are just after the at the World Championships, the World Masters, and I think there's some gentlemen there in their late 80s, 90, you know, swimming, racing, and I think shame on you, Sam. Not even getting in.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant. We had a lady I used to coach in Masters out at Doncaster, and she was 93.
Yeah, brilliant.
She could still do 25 butterfly.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, how good's that for your health? She's really you know what I mean?
Brilliant. It's brilliant. It's such a great sport, and I'm so happy to be part of this.
Yes, totally. So here we go. Lockie Bellion's in here again. We've got Eli Kerr from Warrnambool in the middle, 14 years of age, but has the fastest time of 1:15.
Very strong backstroker, Eli.
Yeah. Well, he looks a rangy swimmer. You know, in everything he swum, he looks, you know, when someone looks taller than they actually are in the water, you know that they're swimming, you know, really well, body position, and yeah.
And it's a really good little race here between Lockie and Eli.
Yep.
Lockie just pulled away a bit in the first 25 off the turn, but Eli's made up a fair bit of ground. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
He's coming back as well. He's just keeping off the lane line, but Lockie's touched there. Well done, you guys.
117.74 for Lockie, 118.56 for Eli.
Levi did really well there. He got third. His entry time was a 120.4, so I think he went faster than that there. So, yeah, that's more points. Which is nice when you think, with the points nearest the world record, you can think to yourself, oh, well, I've definitely got more, so I've done better this time.
And I know a lot of our, especially our younger swimmers, they're looking for Swimming Victoria, the Pathways program for their abilities program, have set a point score target. So if you can score over a certain amount of points, and I will do a bit of a check on what that point score is, is you can make it into our Pathways program for our multi-class athletes.
Nice.
And quite often at comps, you'll see them, these swimmers, they're going, oh, what was my point score? What was my point score? Because they've lost interest in the time now. It's all about setting that target. They want to be part of this program to improve and develop on their swimming.
Yeah, which is fantastic, because we've got Alex Kirshner now, and he's based at MSAC, and he's the lead multi-class coach, isn't
At
he?
the VIS, he
VIS.
certainly is.
And so they get all VIS help, so the sports scientists help them with their technique and any ways in which they can improve with their gym work and, you know, very specific work. So it's quite exciting if you get selected on one of those teams.
Oh, absolutely. And that would be another one of our 60-kilometre-an-hour gusts of wind.
Yeah, I just got beaten around the head by the tent there.
As we move into our final official race of our HEATS session, this is the timed final number 2 for our men's 100-metre backstroke multi-class. If you stay with us, we have a swim-off coming up, but
Aaron
this is
Skinner
our last official race.
Is really doing a great job. He has, his dad takes him everywhere. I've seen him since I've started at Sale. I've seen Aaron and his dad at country championships for 10 years, probably.
Well, don't dob him in like that.
No, but I mean, I've got to say, like, look at him go up this first 50. He's really attacking this event. So he's got a 1:45.81 to beat.
Turning around a 45, 44, I think.
That could be a 15-second PB.
If we do sound like it's a guessing game, we don't have a touchpad at the turn end of the pool, so we're just basing it off the clock. I'll get my stopwatches out later on.
Yeah, that's right. I've got mine in my bag. I should have gotten them out, shouldn't I? But
it's a coach thing, isn't it? I've got some in my handbag as well.
Yeah. I was this morning, as soon as I gave them a set, and you could see the watches came out, the faces just sort of dropped a bit. Like, oh well, we're just doing this little test set. Don't worry about it, you know.
We love a test set. As we come down under the flags now with Aaron Skinner.
Well done, Aaron.
It
Look
looks
at
like
him
it's
go.
going to be very close to his personal best, maybe just under. 1 second drop, 1:44.36.
Good lad. Well, he really went for it from the start, so he deserved that PB.
Blake touches in second, 1:53.58. And it will be Samuel in third.
Okay, guys. Here we go. You
this
can go,
is my favourite event. It doesn't
Yes.
matter what event it is. It's a swim off. I'm still yet to see a swim off in a 400 freestyle. That would be the dream.
Oh.
Imagine.
Hey,
how
actually, you know,
it could happen.
there's a lot of dead heats these days in
Yeah.
swimming, you know.
It could happen.
Did you see Summer McIntosh and Katie Ledecky swimming off for the
Well,
final?
I think that would be more like a jewel in the pool.
Yeah. Do you think they'd go, oh, you can have Liverpool?
No. Katie Ledecky would take that. The queen.
Yes, you would, yes.
All right,
Here
here
we
we go. 12-year girls, 100-meter freestyle. This is the swim off for 10th, that last spot into the final. The girls here, we have Emma Libbets and Sasha Reed.
Well, it was very much synchronised up that first 25. And from this angle, I'm not too sure, but I think...
It looks like Sasha
Yeah.
just out in front. She'll turn. She's got about 0.4 of a lead on Emma. In this morning's swim, they both went a 1:10.69.
It's neck and neck. It
It's so
absolutely
close.
is.
Emma is actually getting to breathe. She breathed both sides, so she can see Sasha.
Yes.
Sasha's been breathing towards Emma the whole way down this second 50. I'm going to stand up because the camera angle isn't doing this justice. They are so close. It actually looks like Emma in
coming
front. The comeback queen. I think she's got there. Both these girls have just dropped 1.3 seconds off their time. What
Well
an incredible
done,
job.
girls.
It will be Emma, though, who gets the touch, and she is stoked about it. 109.27 for Emma. Congratulations. Great swim, girls. Great swim off. You made it super exciting.
Absolutely.
What a way to wrap up our heats this morning. Don't forget to tune in 3:30 this afternoon for our finals. Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Great work.